I think we can start.
Okay.
Before we do a small recap, of course, let's start with experience points. Gustav, what are you buying for your character?
Um, I'm gonna try and randomize this on a. I'm gonna roll a D3 on a 1, weapon skill on a 2, agility on a 3, fellowship.
Okay.
Or whatever. Is there a D3 in the system?
You roll this 6 and just half it. So it's free.
Fellowship. Okay. Fellowship.
Mm-hmm.
5 fellowship then.
So plus 5 to fellowship, okay.
Let me double check and make sure I have.
If you
I have 100 XP. Okay,
Yeah.
I have exactly 100.
Johannes?
I am back to not having anything to buy. So
Oh,
nothing.
okay, gotcha. Gotcha. And Michael said that he will spend his XP
Yeah,
at
he
the end of the
also,
session.
yeah.
Okay. So last time, you boys were in the slammer, in the main guard barracks that are situated here, south of, in the southeastern corner of Bögenhafen. Oops, didn't want to click that. Right next to Postern Gate. You were awaiting trial. That was, supposed to happen probably tomorrow. In the courts. The courts are, if you recall correctly, the town courts are located near Dreikeplatz, near Hafenstrasse. But
Yeah,
before that came to pass, you were visited by Conrad. Teugen's, well, not really a henchman, more like a fixer, or or just a servant, perhaps. He led approximately 12 goons to town, to main guard barracks. You guess that he probably, bribed the guards, or the guard that was currently, that was currently on patrol. And it was very obvious that he wanted to get some payback for what happened at Ostendam. Mostly for the ear and, being doused in oil. We all remember that. We all remember that, of course.
Yes.
But before...
Fondly.
Yeah, exactly. Fortunately, Johannes and Gustav, you decided not to play the role of helpless defenseless sheep, and using the terrain to your advantage, mostly very narrow doorway, and a bucket full of feces, of course. You managed
Never
to
go anywhere without it.
yeah, you managed to stand your ground and to make even I would say take the fight to them, because Conrad eventually joined the fight himself, but thinking that perhaps you'd be easy prey to him and his goons. Unfortunately for him, Runout was not on his side; he was on Gustav's side, and while Johannes got knocked out by a lucky blow, Gustav mercilessly slew the villain. You practically smashed his head like an overripe melon, and seeing their employer dead on the floor, the rest of the goons, most of whom were either knocked out, one was more heavily wounded, he got like broken hip. They decided, like, you know what, he's not paying us anymore, and we don't care, and we don't have any beef with you, so let's just go. And escape they did. You also managed to escape, but not through the same, using the same path as the criminals, because Gustav, you had a vision. Like, I mean, you're not sure if you had a vision, or if the vision is, or if you are still having the vision, but we'll get to that in a second. Because in the pale, silver glow of man sleep, right outside the cell's, barred window, you saw a cat, a black cat with very strange eyes, very intelligent eyes, almost like not even human-like eyes, but more than human. The cat touched one of the iron bars with its paw. The cat was black, by the way, of course, with some like silver patches here and there. Anyway, the cat touched one of the iron bars, and the entire, like all of the grating just disappeared, turned into dust, into a very fine dust that got blew away by the night breeze. And so you used this opportunity to escape the cell, helping Johannes out. And you are currently on the streets of Bögenhafen, on the nice streets of Bögenhafen. It's very late in the night. It's also very cold, and so I want to just tell you a few things. First of all, Johannes, you're on a single HP.
Yes.
Gustav, you are also wounded. You are barefoot. You only have your pants and your shirts, and they are dirty, obviously, because you were in a very unsanitary cell. You don't have anything else with you. You don't have your gear, your money, your backpacks, stuff like that. Gustav, I presume that you have the club. Not
And
sure.
a sword.
Yeah, that's the thing. How did you took the sword? You didn't have the scabbard. You had to get out and help Johannes. I mean, of course, you could we can say that you drop the sword
I
outside the
figured I
window.
would hold the handle of the sword and the club together like a bundle of sticks, kind
Oh,
of. You know what
okay.
I mean?
Sure. Okay. Okay. So yeah. So you have a sword and a club. That said, you don't have any way to carry them other than in your hand. You don't have scabbards, or or some kind of loop at your belt, because you don't have a belt. So the only way possible for you to hold these weapons is to just, as you said, hold them like a bundle of sticks.
Does either one of us have a cloak or
No,
robe or anything?
no. You literally have pants and shirts, and that's it. So not only is it very cold, it's like late autumn. It's very late, and the adrenaline, it's wearing off. So you are feeling every single strain muscle in your body. Not to mention, Johannes, you were hit incredibly hard in the shoulder, and every single step, Gustav, you hear Johannes just hiss in pain. Sometimes even he yelps quietly, but it is obvious that Johannes is in a lot of pain.
So as I'm helping him along, I'm guessing he's hunched and I got put my shoulder around to hold him up or something.
Yeah,
I'm gonna keep the sword and the cudgel kind of tucked between us, and I'm gonna sing a song about Sigmar coming back across the Blackfire Pass one day, like a drunkard.
Okay. Before you do that, I just want to say that currently there are practically no people on the street other than you. It's very late. You're not sure how late. You don't have a watch, but you guess that it's way past midnight. And the streets of Bögenhafen are practically empty at this time. You are right now in the Mercantile Commercial District. This is the same place that you. No, sorry. You were in the Artisan Quarter before. So you're in the Mercantile Commercial District currently, and so let me tell you.
Is the cat still there?
Yeah, we'll get to that in a second. You are currently moving through the area between the East Gate and Postern Gate, and it is obvious to you that it has been given over to higher class shops. So this is it's still close enough to the Ado Ring. So the neighborhood is maybe not classy per se, but definitely, you know, it's no slum, right? Buildings here are larger and better kept than those found elsewhere in the city, and the inns, given the smells that you can, that reach you, and when you pass some of them, you can even see the front entrances. The inns are also of a higher class, for example, than Cadbury's. Normally during the daytime, this area is filled with people going about their business. Beggars walk the street corners alongside street performers and the occasional thief working the crowd. However, sorry, I have some in my throat. Gustav, I would like for you and only for you to roll me perception test -10.
Okay. That's intelligence.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah. And you should have the skill. Oh, nice.
I'll use the luck because this seems important.
Okay, remember you have 1 luck extra.
Oh, okay. So I have 3 luck after this.
Yeah, but the extra luck is 1 use only. So when you use it, you return to your standard luck.
Okay. Okay. Cool.
Nice, you've passed. Okay. So first of all, you see that while during the day, this neighborhood is probably pretty safe. During the night, not so much. There are obvious signs of people who ply the thief trade, and few times in the distance you've heard the sound of doors being knocked down or maybe windows being, smashed. There were even some screams in the distance, of people probably getting, assaulted. And you realize that this is not exactly the safest place to be during the night. You also don't think... you haven't met a single guard patrol yet, but given the situation and the obvious fact that this area during the night is not safe, the guards here will be very suspicious. You know that. So, knowing that, do you still want to sing?
Like almost under my breath then. So if anybody sees us from down the street, like they might hear that, but not like waking people up sort of thing. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not gonna sing. It's just like I'm really getting into the role of drunkard here.
Okay.
Sigmar, fire pass, like like that sort of thing. Like not really.
Yeah.
Delping it out. Yeah.
So you're in luck, because for now, no one is noticing you. Of course, there are a few people that you're passing by here and there. Some. They are also mostly drunk, returning from various taverns and inns to their houses. But at least they're not, they're not the types who would assault you. Johannes, do you want to say or do anything? Because remember, while you are on 1 HP and you feel like shit, it's not like you're crippled or you can't talk.
Okay. I will say, I saw the cat, did I not?
No, you didn't. Only Gustav did.
We got to get somewhere safe. That's all I got.
Yeah.
We have to go where the law won't go.
Roll me intelligence, Gustav, and you too, Johannes. But minus 20%, let's say. I will probably passed. You also passed. Okay. So, the best place for the law not to follow you would probably be Western Dam. This place here.
Okay.
You've only heard about this place, and I've mentioned quite a few times before. This is the worst area of Bögenhafen, the most dangerous, disreputable, disheveled, and downright depressing. Nice, all these area of this town. There's practically no law there, although supposedly there is a town barrack, like a guard barrack there, but It's probably more like a fortress, in the middle of a hostile territory. It's a slum. I mean, you've seen it from the other side of the river when you were in the docks, in between various warehouses that were on the other side of the river, just like the warehouses here in Ostendam. In between the warehouses, you've seen this mass of tightly, built, tightly huddled together, rickety buildings. Sometimes there's this saying that sometimes when you look at something, you can almost smell it, and this is true in that case because even a single glance in that direction, you could almost feel the stench of awful decay, shit, just the worst of the worst places in the old world. So you would know you'd probably be relatively safe there from the law, but not necessarily safe, if you know what I mean.
Say, maybe we should try to find Elise.
She's outside of the city, isn't she?
No, she's here.
Oh. Can you ping it again?
You don't have a map, and it's late.
Oh, okay.
We know it's in the direction of Cadbury's.
Yeah, but that's the thing. It's very late. You don't have a map. You don't have a navigation. And this is still a relatively foreign place to you. So any rows right now to get anywhere, any attempts to get anywhere will require a roll from you. And given that you don't have navigation, it's going to be intelligence with a large minus modifier. Just so you know. Because right now I presume that you are currently just hugging the walls of the buildings, avoiding main streets, stuff like that.
Yep.
Hmm?
Yeah, just trying to make our way away from.
I mean, you know
jail.
You know that you are away from the jail, and you think that you probably walk, you guess north, maybe you're not sure. But if you want to get your bearings, you will need a roll. So tell me who's rolling, or maybe both of you will. But I will tell this: one of you botches. The botch applies to both of you.
Can we help each other? Like, talk it out? Like, look, I think
no,
that's
not in that case. Not with Johannes heavily wounded and both of you very, very tired and getting tired with every step. By the way, remember you have eaten gruel and you haven't drink anything in a long time. Even though it's autumn, you are both like parched, almost like during the summer day in Aldorf.
I feel like Johannes is just trying to, stay on his feet, and that's taking up most of his attention. So, sorry, Gustav. I think it's all on you.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to close my eyes tight, take a deep breath, try and calm my nerves for a second, and remember where Alize's place is.
Remember the 5th of November.
Yeah. Sweet.
The modifier, I wouldn't.
Yeah.
No, you haven't passed Sally. You can reroll that, or you can just wait and roll again in some time. Because the modifier, by the way, for now is minus 20. But with each hour pass that you are walking, I will decrease the modifier, ironically, because you are covering more ground and remembering more characteristic points. But each hour also means that something might happen to you.
So I think this is the wrong way. I think we should head back the other. So I'm gonna roll again.
Wait, so you want to reroll or you want to roll again? Because if you want to roll again, then first I will roll 2 times for you guys.
So it's either wait or use luck.
If you want to use luck, you can use luck right now for this roll, and maybe you succeed. If you don't, then an hour passed. I will roll 2 times for something. I can't tell you what, of course, and then you can roll again, assuming that this something won't happen.
What do you think, Johannes? We need this,
Um,
and the gods seem to be favoring us right now.
Yeah, go for it.
Oh yeah,
All right.
that was worth it. So I have two luck left.
Yeah, and you've passed with -20. You've passed because you have 63. You remember the way to Elise's place. It's not far away from Cadbury's. That's the funny thing. That said, I presume that you want to go there. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that's probably the best idea for now.
Okay.
I don't want to bring a lot of heat on her, so we might have to move from there. But
She's
okay.
someplace friendly.
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
You remember that her townhouse stands in the artisan quarter. It. You also remember how it looks like. It's a quaint two-story house. Very well maintained, of course. So yeah, you go there. That said, Gustav, one. I want you to make one more roll, perception test, -10, and you can't botch it. As you are walking there,
Nice.
and like you have no idea where you are right now. You just remember generally where to go. And by the way, even with that row, it will still take you probably at least an hour to get there. Making sure to avoid the patrols or the more unsavory types of characters prowling the streets during the night. After like half an hour, you guess that you've maybe even passed Gittenplatz right now. Maybe you are already in the artisan quarter. Suddenly something catches your eye. A flash of bluish yellow eyes, and this very characteristic, soft purr coming from your left, from between the two buildings. You see that there's a movement.
Johannes, there.
What?
Yeah, Johannes
Where?
is like, where?
What am I looking for?
When he points to an alley nearby, you see a dark alley. You see some maybe barrels or wooden crates rotting there. There's detritus, of course. Like even in Bögenhafen, even in the artisan quarter, side alleys are not exactly the cleanest places. So, and of course they are scary during the night. They are very scary. Like your mind immediately floods with all the images of hoodlums armed with daggers and hatchets just waiting there to jump on you. You don't see anything there.
I'm gonna hurry to where I saw the cat.
Okay, so do you leave Johannes? Because with him you can't hurry, just so we are clear.
Okay, he's coming with me though.
Alright. So you are supporting him, Johannes. As Gustav is supporting you, he suddenly changed direction and he goes towards the nearest alley that I've just described to you. It's on the other side of the street. Yeah, so I presume you don't.
I just said, what did you see? What's going on? Uh-oh.
Oh.
Did we lose somebody?
Sorry, once again, Brian.
I'm looking for the cat again.
All right.
What cat?
As you.
No time for.
Yeah. As you go into the alley, you don't see the cat anymore. However, you see the movement at the other end, right behind the corner. There is a suggestion of a long, thick cat's tail disappearing right behind the corner.
Move Johannes into that direction with me.
All right, you are moving through this very narrow, very dirty side alley. You're supporting each other. I mean, mostly Gustav, of course, you're supporting Johannes. Both of you, by the way, stink unimaginably. unimaginably. Sorry. And your breath should probably be classified as some kind of an alchemical weapon of mass destruction. That said, you turn around. There's nothing there, except... Wait, there is. There is, Gustav, but this time not in the alley per se, but you see that on the roof, high above, skylining against the night starry sky, there's the very, characteristic feline shape, black as pitch, except for the eyes. The eyes are practically blazing as they look at you, and the cat simply, very slowly, without any hurry, turns around and, moves in a certain direction.
On the roof?
It's on the roof, but you think that you could still follow it even if you would be on the ground.
Okay, yeah. Come, Johannes, we have to hurry.
Johannes,
okay, I'll try.
I would like for you to roll me willpower.
Willpower.
All right,
yeah, buddy.
You don't understand what Gustav is doing, and with every step that takes you away from Elise's house, which, by the way, is also not, exactly the surest safe haven, both of you realize that. She likes you, you help her, but, liking you and helping two fugitives is these are two different things. But he's taking you away from your destination. You are tired, you are hungry, you are very thirsty, you are incredibly aching. But for now, Gustav saved your life, and you probably trust him. You follow the cat, Gustav. Johannes, you follow Gustav because you don't have any choice. But now we jump to Michael. Michael, you here?
Yeah, what's up?
I can barely hear you.
Alright, so we may not want to jump to me yet.
No. I mean, unless you do something with the connection, I literally can't understand what you're saying.
Alright, is this going?
No.
I'm trying.
Okay.
It sounds like you're on the speaker and the window's down in the car or something.
The window is not down, the AC is off. I'm doing my best to be able to talk at all. So it'll be like 15 minutes before I get back to the house.
That sounds better, actually. Like, whatever you change, then. I don't know, Michael.
I'm at a stoplight.
Okay. Well, we can try. After you
We
did,
can try.
yeah. After you did what you did at Birds, where would you go? It was few hours before.
Yeah. Well, I'm not welcome back at the inn we were at.
No.
And I've got whatever I had in my pack, which I don't have my character sheet with me, so I don't know where anyone's at.
No.
And I'm scared, and I'm alone in this city, and I really just want to leave, but I'm pretty sure everyone knows who I am. So I'm going to try and leave. I'm going to try and go out the same way we came in.
So you're going to try and escape the city?
Yeah.
Okay, so without any rolls, because you're an old world citizen, you would know that every single city, village, and town in the Empire, when it's night, the gates are closed. Period. Unless this is a military emergency or some kind of an emergency, the gates remain closed because even the civilized lands are not exactly free from things like beastmen or or lurking, roaming goblin tribes in the night.
Yeah.
Probably every single gate leading to and out from Bögenhafen is right now closed. The guards are perhaps not. They may not even be right next to the gates. They may be even. They may be in the gatehouses. But there's still the river, of course. River Bogen.
That's true.
They're still. Yeah.
That's closer down to where I was, but I could just hire passage back to Altdorf.
Probably yes. I have your character sheet here. I can tell you that BP is, I presume, backpack, right?
Yeah.
So you have 10 feet of rope, you have a mirror, 20 sheets of good paper bound, grappling hook, you have, according to your character sheet, that's it. I don't know what P is, like P1, P2, P3. Purse?
Oh, that's, the pockets.
Pocket. So you have also best craftsmanship pistol, of course, shot and powder, 2 healing drafts, tinderbox, 9 uses left, and a set of lockpicks. And that's it. All the other things are not labeled as BP or P.
Got it.
E.
Yeah, and also, right, like, this is not during the night right now because this is a slight retrospection. Gustav and Johannes currently, they are like roaming the city at like maybe 3:30 a.m. In your case, it's still late afternoon probably. So sorry. So
got it.
That's what. My bad. The gates, of course, are still open, given the situation. Actually, since it's like I don't know, 5:30 p.m., maybe 6 p.m. Stuff like that.
Got it.
Yeah.
I'm going to try and get to a boat, like to a ferry, to try and ferry get passage back towards Altdorf.
Okay, so you are going to the docks. You are returning to the docks essentially because you moved away from them after this unfortunate business in Birds. You are moving back, although I presume that you are going to the more lively part of the docks, far away from that place, of course. And you want to hire someone who will take you to Altdorf. Okay, in that case, tell me, do you have any blood on you after you've killed that man?
I did, but it was only on my feet.
Oh, okay.
Because that's where I was standing on him.
Right. Okay. In that case, let me see. Oh, I have it even here. Roll me charm or just fellowship in general. Plus 10% because these are the dogs. Oh, you can't roll because you're on the phone. Okay, so I will roll for you in that case. Or maybe you know what, Johannes, you want to roll for for Lambert? Lambert, you have charm. Yes, 78. So you're rolling on 88, Sean. Also, I can't really hear you. It's like you have your microphone very far away.
Oh yeah, I moved it out of the way. Sorry.
No worries.
So 55. Hopefully
nice.
That's not a botch.
No. It's like you have like 65, 75. You have at least 2 whole success levels, more than enough. Lambert, you've it's not especially hard to find a boat, going from Bögenhafen to different parts of the empire, including Altdorf. This is this will cost you for. It will cost you a few shillings, but the man to whom the boat belongs, a grizzled old sailor, although rather big. It's obvious that the business is going well. He tells you that, oh yes, well, there are a couple other folks who want to get to the capital from here. I will obviously I will make some space for you, Master Halfling. We'll be sailing like in an hour. Then there's a single stop in between Bögenhafen and Naudorf, and then it's all the way to the capital.
It is extremely important for me to get to Altdorf as soon as possible. How much would it cost for me to speed the departure?
Well, I mean, it would just mean more money, sir.
Consider money not an issue.
All right. Also, I just want to make it very clear: we will not swim during the night. We will not sail during the night. It's incredibly dangerous.
I understand that, which means that the earlier we leave, the further we can get.
Right. In that case, I can probably speed this up to maybe half an hour, make all the necessary paperwork with people here in the docks, make sure that my wares are secured and that everything is in place. I won't be able to speed this any more than that.
I understand. He originally was only going to charge me, 4 shillings?
Something like that, yeah. Mm-hmm.
I triple it.
All right. He nods his head. He agrees. Wait a second. I just need to make sure. Because the price is for every 10 kilometers, I need to count the exact distance between Bögenhafen and Naudorf. Then I will tell you how much it's going to be. And okay, let's send this. It's still not going to be super expensive. Oh yeah, here it is. Yes. Bögenhafen. It's all right. In that case, traveling over the river from Bögenhafen to Altdorf, it's 100 miles.
All right.
So 100 miles means that it will be it will be 50 shillings, not 15, 50 shillings.
50 shillings.
Yeah.
In that case, I hand him 4 gold crowns.
All right. Sure. In that case, of course, as I said, without hesitation, he just nods, agrees. He has a few helping hands, a few sailor types, dock hands, so to speak, and he very quickly orders them to immediately gather everyone who is supposed to be joining him on the trip to Altdorf, and meanwhile he will do all the necessary paperwork with the with the dock officials. You are probably sweat slightly when you hear that, but then again, of course, it's it's nothing concerning you. It's just that this man needs to make sure that he will be able to leave the port legally.
Got it.
Yeah. And so you wait right next to the river barge. It looks like a very sturdy, if slightly rather small vessel. There are already it's packed to the brim with crates, with barrels. They are hidden under the tarp, of course. There's even this rather funny looking figure at the front of the boat. It represents a naked woman, but her entire upper body is that of a fish. So it's a reverse mermaid. Yeah. She still has her tits out, by the way, but yeah.
Like the mermaids that I want, with the lady part on the bottom and the fish part on top.
Yeah, exactly. The best part. Wait, what? I didn't say that, by the way. So anyway, after even less than half an hour, you and about 6 other people, all humans, and all rather, mercantile types. There are maybe like one of them looks like a physical worker, like a dock worker. They gather right next to the boat. The man who's giving you a ride. His name, by the way, is Ewald Redlish. I'm going to enter this here. He ushers everyone.
The captain.
Well, I mean, the captain is perhaps too strong a word. The boat belongs to him, but he's not like calling himself the captain. It's like, it's obvious that he's a merchant of sorts who also probably earns extra money by ferrying people here and there. He ushers everyone on board and says, "Hurry! We need to be in Outdoor as soon as possible." And as he's saying that, he looks at you, Lambert, of course. And so, when the sun practically, disappeared behind the horizon, or rather disappears behind the horizon, Lambert, you are leaving Bögenhafen on a mercantile boat heading to Altdorf, up the River Reich. Towards the River Reich. Right now you're on the River Bogen. Leaving behind
this whole trip has been one massive waste of money.
Yeah, you leave behind your quite a lot of your stuff, really, and also your cameras.
That's fine. Clothes are replaceable. My actual money stash is still at the wand.
Yeah. You even think what happened to Johannes and Gustav. You're not sure, but
They're
yes,
resourceful.
yeah, they are. And now, Gustav and Johannes, you guys.
All right, I'm gonna put you guys on mute so you guys don't get just constant wind.
All right. Wait a second. Let me quickly check one thing. Okay, doesn't matter. Anyway, you follow the cat, Gustav. I need you to roll me another -10 perception test.
Me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It's not easy following the cat when it's on the roof and you are on the ground. Fortunately, you see the sneaky feline making its way very nimbly, even for a cat, over Bögenhafen's rooftops. And so, with Johannes in tow, you follow it, and you follow it for quite some time, enough times that I would like Johannes to roll me another test, -10% willpower. Nice. Probably, Johannes, you're simply too tired and too exhausted to actually be angry at Gustav. This
is a fucking miracle, and I want you to acknowledge it.
Gustav, by the way, do you tell Johannes about the cat while you are following, while you are going this way and not towards, Elise's house?
If he says anything.
Johannes, do you say anything? Sean? You're on mute, by the way. Johannes is so impressed with Gustav that he's not saying anything. He's
actually passed out. I've been dragging him for the past few blocks.
Yeah. All right. Well, maybe Johannes will say something. For now, you are following the cat, and you realize that eventually you're sure that you've reached a part of town that you don't really know that well. It's you're obviously still on this side of the of River Bogen. However, the whole area has this slum feel to it. You know, most of the buildings in this area are little more than slums. The streets aren't paved and fouled with all sorts of filth and ordure. Taverns are of the cheap and nasty variety, with low ceilings and smoky atmospheres. You can imagine that strangers are regarded with universal suspicion at best, and unless they behave with the utmost circumspection, may well be set upon by groups of thieves or cutthroats. During the day, this place is surely a home to, for lots of lower class citizens, laborers, and the like. And at night, Gustav, you've noticed that there are lots of people here standing, like either roaming the dirty narrow streets or standing on street corners and in the alleys that are obviously thieves, footpaths, the rather unpleasant kind. Good news is that in a place like this, it's almost certain that there will be no watch presence, or a very minimum watch presence. However, I need to roll something. Yeah, doesn't matter. And miraculously, every single one of those groups of gangers, thieves, general ne'er-do-wells, they tend to ignore you, almost like they don't see you, perhaps. You want to still follow the cat?
Absolutely.
All right. So
Ronald, I am your instruments.
So in that case, now I want you to roll me 2 tests. First is -10 perception. The second is basic. The second is secret sign thieves.
Okay, sorry, I was typing. Can you say that again?
-10 perception first.
Okay.
Nice. You still follow the cat, and it eventually got down on the street. It's on street level, and now you have a secret sign thieves, right?
I do not think so.
You don't? Okay.
You let me test on half in the past, I think.
Okay, so
let me double check though.
All right.
Secret sign, you said, or secret language.
Yeah, or secret language. It's both are fine.
No.
All right.
Yeah.
So test on half.
Okay.
Nice. Wow. I'm sure that you
so
passed.
Coming back to me.
Yeah. Sean, you here, by the way? Bruh. Where's Sean? It's like he disappeared.
Yeah.
No worries.
He's typing.
Oh, he's typing. Okay. Let's see what he's typing. Fuck you, Michael. I never liked you. Well, fair enough. Oh, mic dropped. Okay. Right. So in that case, Gustav.
But he can hear us at least.
Yeah. You.
Okay, so do your roleplay in the chat, I guess, until you get your
Yeah.
your mic working.
Or you can use phone, perhaps. If you have Discord on your phone, that would work as well. But eventually, Or no worries, no worries. Sure thing. Gustav, like Johannes is feels pretty bad anyway, so Gustav, you do most of the work. You started noticing signs on the walls and on wooden posts, mindless scribbles to most people, but you realize the significance of them, and you realize that probably the cat is leading you in a way so that you can read them. That's what you can probably guess. The signs are almost certainly a sort of they are a sort of announcement from the local thieves guild that this is their turf, and that nearby there's probably one of their like one of their meeting places, you'd guess, or at the very least place where you can find some members of the thieves guild. What is your take on this, Gustav?
I'm gonna try and find a den or somebody that looks affiliated with them, I guess.
As I've said before, there are lots of nasty people here in this area. They all look like they're affiliated with them. How many of them are actually affiliated with them, of course, is a completely different thing.
So I guess can I size up the different gangs or groups of people, try and figure out who's important then?
No, I mean you would need to approach them very closely. It's very late in the night. This place is practically unlit, and they all wear dark clothes, long cloaks, hoods, stuff like that. It's not like the Cribs and the hoods with different.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah. Now we can.
Cool.
With different bandanas. They all look shady.
I guess I should approach a group then, unless the cat is still showing me where to go.
The cat is leading you forward, but you're not sure if he's showing you exactly where to go. You have a feeling that the cat is also testing you in some way. Like it gives you the basics. It gave you the rope, but it's up to you to use it to its full advantage.
Hang yourself.
Yeah, to hang yourself. Like Johannes, by the way,
I will approach a group, I guess, with Johannes. He's clearly like beaten up and we're in bad shape. Right?
Yeah. Johannes, you also you notice that you are very far away from the artisan quarter right now.
Where are we going? What's going on?
Just have faith.
Yes, Sigmar be praised.
You approach a group that is standing in front of a very shady looking inn. The smells and sounds coming from inside are just horrendous. It smells of cheap ale, cheap wine, cheap sex, and the smells are also rather unappetizing the sounds are also rather not that appetizing, but they make you wary. You can hear some kind of a barroom brawl going inside, mixed with people copulating on the first floor because the window is open, so you can hear everything. A bunch of guys standing outside. They're not even drinking, like they're just standing to the right of the entrance. Dark cloaks held closely against their frames, hoods covering their heads. When you approach them, one of them, there are like 4 of them in total, one of them smacks the arm of the largest one and then points a gloved finger in your direction. They all turn around towards you. In the very little light that's coming from inside this inn, you can see that almost all of them are unshaven, burly-looking toughs.
Are there any religious symbols or anything?
No, you don't see them. Although you do see
No
that
icon?
you do see that like two of them put their hands on the pommels of their weapons hidden under the cloaks. You boys lost? Asks one of them. The biggest one, by the way.
So I guess with one arm I'm holding Johannes up, and with the other arm I kind of raise my hand, like, like I mean no offense, but my fingers are crossed. And I say, look, I understand there's no honor between us, but we should trust in our brothers. Brothers, we need help right now.
You know, the big man looks at you, looks at the crossed fingers. He's like, "Who taught you that, boy? Huh? Like, what? You frequented few inns in the more nicer part of the town, and probably overheard few of real people speaking, and now you think you're a real gangster, huh?
I just followed a little black cat here.
Do you even know what this sign means?
The cross fingers?
Yeah, he asks if you know what this sign means.
I grab my shirt by the collar and I rip it open, and I have a tattoo of a rat wearing a crown with 10 crosses on it.
Okay, well,
So do you know what this sign means?
I don't know what this sign means. Can you tell me?
Oh,
Like you were in prison or something? This is like a
MS-13.
No.
like a selfie.
so the Rat Kings were his gang in Marienburg, but the 10 crosses is a symbol of Renald.
All right.
And like the high priest is supposed to be marked by 10 crosses, that I kind of interpret as a thing where everybody just says they're the high priest, and so the 10 crosses is used all the time. You know what I mean?
Okay, so everyone is high priest. I get you. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, when they see that, one of them whistled. Hey, I think this guy is legit. The big man approaches you. Name is Volker Kellner. What are you doing here? And who's this? And he points at Johannes. Your bad boy?
He's my former cellmate, I guess.
So yes.
When you said that, a few of the guys just did this very immature chuckle. Well, good thing that we don't have any Sigma right here, or he would probably blush. What's your name?
I haven't made up a new one yet.
Well, you can tell me the real one. I've told you mine. Says Volker.
I look all the men in the eyes, and I say, Gustav.
Right, Gustav. And who's this? Who's your charming comrade?
Johannes.
Ah, I see. Johannes! Alright.
Yeah.
Well, Gustav and Johannes, what are you doing in this here neighborhood? You're looking for work? There's no work here.
Arnold guided us.
We
What?
need refuge.
They're escaping from the coppers, says one of the guys. Eh? Look at them. They don't have no shoes. They don't have no purses. Eh? Nothing except for the for this weapons that this Gustav fella is holding. Eh? And look, the club. It's all bloody. Volker looks at the club that you're holding between you and Johannes. He looks at you.
That's what's left of a blasphemer.
Killed anyone with that?
Unfortunately.
Right. So the pigs are on your trail? Is that it?
So I think we move faster than their word can, so yeah, but
Now I'm going to roll one thing for them. All right. Right. You're not from around here, eh? You're not from Bögenhafen. We would know. We would know if you were.
No, we rep Altdorf.
West Side.
West Side is the best. East Side is the best. Altdorfers, eh? Says another one. Oh, some fancy visitors we have here tonight. He laughs. That's not really funny, but he laughs anyway. Volker looks at him. Shut up, he says. Shut up, Hildebrand. Right.
Shutting up.
Right. Well, part of me really wants to tell you to fuck off, because you smell like trouble. It's obvious that you are escaping from the pigs, and I mean, you went through much. You were in the slumber, right?
Very briefly.
I mean, the lack of shoes, the lack of gear, it's rather obvious. So you are
We're
escaping.
totally innocent.
Shut up, Johannes, he says this time to you. So you're escaped convicts. But on the other hand, I'm sure that there's a story here. Probably pretty interesting, right?
And gold.
Wow. Now that you're saying it, it's now even more interesting than before, he says. Fine. Follow me, he says. You're free. Stay here. Tell the rest inside that I'm meeting with the council. The three guys, including Hildebrand, they just nodded their heads. They also look at you, Gustav and Johannes, with this mix of suspicion and, honest to God's curiosity. Volker is leading you through a series of very narrow, very dirty, and honestly disgusting side alleys. Like, more than once, you know that you've stepped with your bare feet into something worse than shit. The side alleys here have this strange, horrifying mix of rotting vegetables, detritus, of course, fecal matter, and mud. So very quickly, the lower parts of your legs are just covered in this slime. It's super disgusting. Your guide, he has high boots, so he doesn't care. Eventually you reach the...
What did he say his name was?
Volker Keller. Kellner, sorry.
Keller.
I've pasted it into chat. I can do this again here. Eventually, you can smell the river very clearly. You can smell the river. You can smell rotting fish and old rotting wood. The very very clear signs that you are moving towards the dock area, or that actually you are in the dock area right now. And even from here, in between those rackety, tight and narrow buildings, you can see the rooftops of warehouses in the distance. But before you reach them, Volker suddenly stopped in front of a completely random 3-story high tenement house that is tilting very dangerously to one side, almost to a point that the roof of this house is touching the roof of the house right next to it, the building right next to it, and so that right now above you don't see exactly the night sky. He stopped in front of the door, and he did this very quick and very strange and very quick. I won't say very fast, but very quick and very strange series of sharp knocks in an obvious pattern. Gustav and even you, Johannes, you both of you know that this is some kind of of a code, of a signal. The door leading to this house, Gustav and Johannes, roll me perception tests. You can't botch it, but -10 perception tests. Nice. Gustav is on fire today. Nice.
Okay.
So the door leading to this house, at the first glance, it looks like it's also very poorly made, rickety. It's not fitting very well into the frame, but this is just an illusion. The door, actually, you're sure that it is very sturdy, of excellent craftsmanship, and just it's just made to look like it will fall apart at a single at a single light breeze, right? There's a small window in the top side of the in the top half of the door that is of course covered in with this sheet of metal, perhaps. The sheet of metal is moved to the side, and you can see a suspicious looking set of eyes looking at all three of you. Volker, fuck you want? You know how late it is? Volker says, the council is still up. They're playing cards right now. But I wouldn't bother them if I were you. It's not a good time. Not a good time. There are lots of high stakes going there. And by the way, that's with all this green thistle business, it's not a good time. Well, tell them that I have some important people with me, and that they probably will want to hear what they have to say. Well, those two? They don't look important, says the man, laughing. Even from here you can smell, by the way, onions and cheap beer, coming from him in waves. What happened to them? They look like, I don't know. They don't even look like beggars. The blonde one, he's one of us. He has the crown. Ah, says the man. Alright. Well, it's your funeral. And with that, he closed the hatch. You can hear approximately 6 locks being disengaged, one after another. The door opens, and you are let in. Lambert.
Hey, what's up?
It took you probably, how much we would say, 100 miles via boat. How long it would take, you think? Few days at least, I believe. Like maybe like 3 to 4 days.
Okay.
The captain, of course. By the way, the captain's name is Lubin Nessel, or rather, the boat owner's name is Lubin Nessel. He, of course, kept true to his word, and made sure that you arrive in Altdorf as fast as possible. And fortunately, you did. In the middle of the 4th day, traveling on the River Reich, you've passed the you've passed the customs officers right outside the walls of Altdorf. They naturally boarded the vessel, made sure that there's no contraband here, there's no illegal stuff, and Lubin also paid all the necessary taxes. He was prepared, he had the right amount of money already, already in a specific purse just for this situation. Lambert, you also had a feeling that, like, the guards, the river guards, they were pretty thorough and rather unfriendly, given that two vessels stop you to search you. Like, on the two vessels there were quite a few guardsmen standing with their weapons ready, muskets and handguns and crossbows. You guess that it was due to this whole, Crimson Shade business, right? And the fact that members of Imperial Navy were somehow involved with this.
Doubling down.
Yeah, in this horrible scheme. So perhaps right now, people at the very top, they want to make sure that nothing like that will ever happen again, and that there will be no more there will be no more drugs hitting the streets, transported via rivers. Of course, you realize that it's probably impossible to stop the entire drug trade coming into Altdorf, but obviously someone started taking their job more seriously. In the docks, and you realize that you also landed relatively near the Street of 100 Taverns. In the docks, Lubin bid you farewell. Told you that he's returning to Bögenhafen in a couple of days. That if you would like to get a trip back, then he'll be here. You can just find him, and that he'll even give you a small discount if you would like to travel back.
Sure.
And with that, well, he bid you farewell, and he and his men began to unload the cargo. So you're once again in Altdorf, the capital of the Empire. It's as busy as ever. It's also rather cold and windy. Not as cold and windy as in Bögenhafen, but still. And of course, the scale of the city is completely different, right? First of all, this is a city, not a town, and second, this is one of the largest cities in the old world, and it feels like it. Where are you going right now?
We're back in Altdorf, or
You're back in Altdorf. Yes, you're near Street of 100 Taverns, relatively near. You guess that it will probably take you less than an hour to reach the Wand.
I'm returning to the Wand.
All right, you're returning to the Wand, sure. So you're walking the very familiar streets of Altdorf. Moving through the crowds of humanity and non-humans, of course, as well. Also, now there are lots of people or folk here, not only from the Empire, and I'm mostly talking about humans right now, but people of all skin colors and cultures can be found here. From some of them from lands as near as Tylia and Estalia, and others from the fantastic faraway exotic lands of the Far East or the scorching South. But probably the best thing for you is that Altdorf offers a lot of anonymity. You really feel like you could much more easily disappear in the city than in Bögenhafen.
Yeah.
As I said, after less than an hour, you move away from the Street of 100 or 1,000 Taverns, as it's also known, to one of the side alleys. You move past mostly just inns and taverns, because even the side alleys coming from the Street of 100 Taverns, they also include taverns and inns. and you eventually reach the wand. Shepherd's wand is still standing, fortunately. Quite a few people are also standing outside. Men and women eating from bowls and drinking, frothing ales from their mugs and cups. You smell the familiar, aromas of good cooking, of spices that you've known well, herbs. You enter the wand.
Mm-hmm.
Immediately, of course, lots of people, lots of regular customers. They notice you. Some of them raise their mugs in your direction. The staff naturally also, also wave their hands at you. But there's a lot going on. They don't really have time to approach you. That said, please roll me perception test.
Sorry, I'm getting there.
No worries.
There it is.
Alright.
Wow.
You want to reroll that?
No, because I feel like it's more in character that I'm just happy and think I'm free and clear.
Yeah. So, yeah, you're back home. You don't see, of course, any of our comrades here. You don't see Gustav, you don't see Johannes, you don't see Gaston. What are you doing? Where are you going? To your room? Or...
Yeah, I'm gonna go to my room and unpack and go back down to the bar to have a beer and contemplate what the hell happens.
Alright. Oh, by the way, when you were sailing here, there was a single stop at the Riverside Tavern. Some of Lubin's crew and passengers decided to spend the night in the tavern. Others decided to stay on the boat. What did you do, by the way?
I stayed on the boat.
All right, but remind me, you didn't have any food, right? I think.
Yeah, no, I would have to go in then.
I mean, you
Then
could. You would be able to buy something from Lubin. He had like extra rations that he would probably sell you for like 5 pennies per day. So 20 pennies.
I can't deny my halfling gut. I probably went to the tavern.
All right. So and you probably bought something there, right?
The blood of the moot doesn't run on cheap dried sausage and crusty bread. It runs on whatever the fuck they can cook and put in me.
I mean, yeah, sure. For 2 meals, perhaps you were able to buy something there. But remember that you also had to eat something while you were sailing towards Altdorf.
Oh, in that case, yes, I was probably constantly hitting them up for beef
so
jerky.
Like probably 20 pennies for the food from Lubin. It wasn't very good, as you said, beef jerky and some some travel bread, stuff like that, and also remove another 6 pennies for the meal, or for 12 pennies for 2 meals in the in the Riverside Tavern. That was, of course, much better. Mostly because fresh food, or relatively fresh and warm. That you not just cold jerky and some fruits and nuts. You go up to your room. You open the door. There's obviously no one there. It feels very lonely. You probably would use the word. You feel like you're truly alone right now. You take a glance towards the bunks of your comrades, Gustav, Johannes, and Gaston has a different room. He has a room of his own. But you unpack. You could probably use a change of clothes, but I'm not sure if you decide to do that.
No, I'll I'll get a bath. I'll get a change of clothes. I'll get everything to feel clean.
Yeah. So like even before
horrifying thing I've done.
Yeah. Like even before.
I mean, that guy was a piece of shit, but he was probably innocent.
Probably, yes. That's why I want you to roll willpower, because you essentially killed an innocent man in cold blood. A nasty innocent man, but still.
Oh fuck!
No. You've wrote. You've already wrote last time. Not now.
Okay. All right. Thank God. Thank God.
You've passed. However, the fact that you've passed doesn't mean that you feel good about yourself. Remember.
Oh God, no, I don't.
So even before you start, you finish unpacking, you hear a knock on the door, and one of the serving boys, who's by the way a son of one of your more of one of the cooks. Enters and says, he bows very very low. Master Cherryheart, we noticed that you've returned. I was sent here to ask if you want some food brought in, and perhaps a bath.
Yeah, the bath.
His name is Roland, by the way. Roland Neuhauser. He's a good kid.
I would love. He are a sight for extremely tired eyes. I need a bath. I need soap.
Of course.
The stiffest bristle brush that you can bring me. And I think I'm gonna cook myself something to eat. You know what? I'm just gonna cook tonight.
Of course, sir. Then I will tell my mother to make some space for you in the kitchen. He says, smiling slightly.
Thank you.
I'll be back with your with warm water and some soap very very quickly. He says, and with that he closes the door behind him as he leaves. Of course. Yeah. You put the pistol on the table, or maybe on your bed. You remove the boots from your feet. It's good to be back. Roland returns very quickly with a bath full of hot water, and he produces from the pocket of his pants, a rather large piece of gray soap. The bath is fantastic. It just helps you unwind completely. You probably take it for so long that the water eventually just goes cold. And when you're done, it's already getting dark outside. Slightly dark, at least. You go downstairs. I want you to make me another roll. Perception.
Haunted.
Okay.
I'm gonna keep it.
Okay.
Because I feel like it fits.
Sure. Yeah.
It's been pretty good since I got back. I'm still not feeling the best about myself and the things I've done, but once I get to the kitchen, I can cook all that shit out.
Yeah. We'll be back to you in a second, Michael. I just need to take a few minutes break. So everyone, few minutes break. We'll be right back.
All right, go change the diaper.
Sure.
Oh. Oh man, I'm being hunted. I don't like how this feels, guys. More thunderstorms coming. So I had a really good game of BattleTech the other night.
Real good game of what? BattleTech?
BattleTech.
Sweet.
My Ceros Sunbirds mercenary lances took on. It was 2 lances versus 1 star of Jade Falcon mechs. 2 other mechs were Piranhas, which is just like, I love it. I wish I could have one in my roster, but I can never salvage one because they always explode. Because it's a 35-ton mech with 12 machine guns, but
nice.
but doesn't have case yet. So it's like if you hit ammo, it goes up like a Chinese fire drill.
Nice.
And both my lances are light in the campaign that we're playing. We got like 9 people in this campaign.
Oh wow, okay.
Both my lances are light, so I was like, I'm not going to win this fight. I'm going to lose a lot here. But my opponent had sat one of them, because I'd done this before. I have 2 Phoenix Hawks, they've got a long range to jump. I've done it before where I've hopped behind him and crippled one of his Mad Cats. So he had a Piranha sitting in the middle of his 3 heavier mechs. I lost 1 mech to the Piranha that came out front, and it died from just concentrated fire. But I got the luckiest fucking shot off with a Hollander, so with a Gauss rifle, hitting the Piranha in the middle, setting off its ammunition, exploding it, and crippling his 2 heavier mechs on the sides of it. I was able to like take out those and just leave. I'm not going to win this fight. I don't want to win this fight, really. I just want to do some damage and get away so I can collect the bounty.
Jesus.
I ended up losing, of my 8 mechs, I ended up losing 4. I lost 1 lance. Yeah, well, it sucks. We're playing early clan invasion, so it's like, Intersphere tech kind of blows.
Yeah. I'm just sitting here trying to paint my terrain for the game that I'm supposed to be running in a week.
What game are you running?
I'm gonna run the rule set by Patrick Todorov called "When Nightmares Come." So it's a horror, investigative horror game.
Cthulhu-esque.
Yeah.
Nice.
But I am a stupid person and bit off more than I can chew. So, and then of course, to save myself, nothing is going right, and I'm like losing shit that I need. It's pretty fun.
Man.
So, but
I would enjoy playing cock. bring
I'm here.
300 tons to a match. So he has like, oh, here's the one lance I'm bringing for this game against like a full star of Jade Falcon battle mechs is like an Atlas, a second Atlas, a Marauder. Just like, what the fuck? I wish I could bring this kind of money. That's so much power.
Lambert, you went downstairs. Hey. You approach the bar. You go behind the bar and probably into the kitchen, yes?
Yep.
In the kitchen, you see that, of course, you know, not only is there a lot of work, because there are quite a lot of customers. Few of the people here, they're probably waiting for you, including Marla. Marla, you see, is standing with her arms crossed on her chest. She has this large like bandana, you know, covering the top of her head, because obviously she also helps in the kitchen right now. There are so many people, you know, waiting to be served. Behind her there are like two younger cooks and maybe you know, a single serving girl who are just standing there watching. Well, they were waiting for you, or maybe they were just waiting to see the speech, if not the confrontation between Marla, because it's obvious that, you know, she has a very serious look on her face. Not necessarily angry, but it's a mix of worry and even bigger worry, so to speak. She says, Lambert?
Hey, Marla.
I've been told that you returned.
I mean, I'm right here. Hi.
You can also see that she probably had trouble sleeping. She has, you know, those huge shadows under her eyes. She looks generally gaunt and rather pale. It's like, you know, something is not exactly right with her. Where are Gustav and Johannes? And Gaston?
What? And that French guy.
Fuck the French.
Well,
just kidding.
I would be happy to tell you the entire story, not in front of the entire crew of the tavern.
The crew of the tavern, they are like our family. I hope that you don't want to keep secrets from them.
I don't want to keep secrets at all. Well, I mean, part of my job is keeping secrets, but I'm not going to keep secrets from you guys. All right. I just sort of like, who here doesn't care about hearing it firsthand? Raise your hand.
Most people don't even acknowledge it because they're too busy just cooking.
Okay, great. Good talk. Hey, Marla, we can talk right here. I'm going to eat an apple while we talk because I haven't eaten great for a couple of days.
She snaps her fingers. You know, the serving girl rushed to a nearby set of pans and pots, and she starts to, you know, just put food into them for you. You can obviously see that, you know, that you're going to be eating very well in a few minutes. Marla says, "All right, let's go out the back. We can talk in private there."
We can do it here. We're family, right?
She ignores you. She simply says, "Dimut," to the girl. "Please bring food to Lambert when you're ready." Of course, mistress," she says, and you know she continues just putting food on the plate.
All right.
Yeah.
So
Marla, you know, just points to the door leading outside. You know that there is always a small table there, usually used by the staff during their break. So you go outside. It's chilly, but you know, not super chilly. You sit on two stools right at the table. Marla looks at you. She's very worried. She's, like I said, she's not angry. She's just worried.
I will assuage some of your worry by saying, to the best of my knowledge, everybody else is alive.
You were supposed to deliver a stained glass window.
Oh, we did that. Yeah.
Now you're telling me that maybe they are alive?
Well, we did that. Yeah.
What, now you're telling me that maybe they are alive?
I'm saying to the best of my knowledge, they're alive. I don't know if they got wrapped up in this bullshit, too. We rescued some people on the way to delivering this window. Some noble lady and a couple of halflings. And the halflings offered to pay us a sum if they could travel with us to Bögenhafen. And we got there, we delivered the window. Yay, job complete. Well, hey, while we're here, says Johannes or Gustav, I don't know which one of them, said, while we're here, let's get some business connections set up. And part of that was, let's go visit these Green Thistle halfling guys. Okay, that's fine. I can bro out with some halflings. So we go down to meet where they told us, and I thought they're gonna stiff us. That was a really loud lightning strike. One sec. Holy shit. That can be in game. Fuck it.
Yeah.
There's a thunderstorm outside right now.
But we can say that it's even in game. Sure, the thunderstorm is brewing over Aldorf. It fits. Mm-hmm.
Anyways, I thought they were going to stiff us. No, they paid us each 10 gold crowns. 10 fucking gold crowns. If that's the kind of work we were going to do in town, I'm on board. That's good money. It still felt weird because they wanted to hire us to do a job. And the job was, Marla, you know that the Empire's not exactly kind to my people. I mean, hell, my entire family was slaughtered in this city. Well, it's about 10 times worse in Bögenhafen because they don't even try to hide it. They are the most racist fucking place I think I've ever been. And it was constant. And I don't know if you have a good cross-section of understanding what that kind of pressure is like, but it was constant. And the job we were hired to do was there was going to be a vote on lifting a tax that was imposed to shut down halfling businesses, and we needed to find blackmail on 2 of the people voting so that they could vote in the favor of removing this tax. Okay, that's fine. I did it. I got one of them. I got good enough evidence that we could probably flip them, and the boys were on the other. And Gaston this whole time had wishy-washy, like back and forth. He had been like, "Oh, we need you for like a big quest to kill Beastmen," and he left. And they came back because they're like, "Oh, we don't need you after all." He was getting the too experienced for the job hiring treatment. So we were kind of Gaston-less for a while. And again, he's gone again. I don't know where he's gone this time. He's kind of flaky. Anyways, Johannes and Gustav go off to try and get information from somebody else. Or on somebody else. And who's the one that got beat up?
Johannes.
They got it. When Gaston was back for a bit, Johannes came to me and was like, "Hey, can you make me a outfit? Can you put me in disguise? I'm gonna disguise myself as Gaston's servant while we're here in town, so that we can go trick this guy into giving me information." Sure, I don't know what the actual plan is, but I can do that. I can play makeup artist. So I do, and I don't know what all went down because I didn't want to be connected to it. In case they needed me to go in and do something else, I didn't want them to recognize, oh, they're together. So I was across the way when all I saw was Johannes getting his ass absolutely fucking beat. And then they stole all of his money, which was like 90 gold crowns, in a brilliant move of mercantile loss. And after that, it's all kind of hazy, because it goes from they left, and the plan was we're going to meet back at this tavern we were staying, and discuss how to fix the situation that Johannes got us into there. So I start heading back. And on my way back, I had no trouble. But when I got to the tavern, people were whispering, and I got followed by a group of people from the tavern. Marla, are you still listening?
She listens without a single word. Along the way, lots of food has been brought to you. Goulash, wheat cakes, some tasty vegetable soup. Of course,
it's all divine. I'm eating and saying this.
Beer as well. She meanwhile just sips some wine from a small cup and listens intently. Her eyes never leaving you. That said, you have a feeling that she also is trying her best not to get distracted by something else that's on her mind.
Okay. Anyways, I was chased up into my room. The only thing I really heard was, "That's him, that's the halfling, they want him." Well, I don't really want to be forced into a situation. Like, if you want to meet me, that's great, we can set up an appointment. But I don't want to be carried off. That's not really a great look. And I ran into my room, and I closed the door as fast as I could, and locked it, and got my pack, and they busted down the door, and I pulled my pistol, and it didn't scare them, so I shot somebody.
She looks at you horrified right now.
I mean, if you think you're gonna get beat to death, it's not the best look. Maybe shooting the pistol will probably scare them off. I'm not shooting to kill. I'm just like, hey, shoot, and then I've got some leeway to figure something else. Anyways, I jump out the window. It sucked, but I landed okay. And I was able to run most of the way through the city, only being caught seen a couple of times and had some more chases. Before I I stop when I say before I don't continue the story, and I just sort of go hollow-eyed, and I downed the rest of my beer, and then I said, and I booked passage back to Altdorf, because I don't know what the fuck is going on.
Mm-hmm. Fortunately for you, she doesn't seem to press too much on this whole hollow-eyed part. Like, it's obvious that you don't want to say some part of the story.
Like, it's obvious that something that I don't want to talk about, but she's not pressing on it.
So let me be very clear about this, she says, as she's rubbing the area between her brows and right above her nose. You are a wanted man in Bögenhafen, yes?
I'm assuming so.
Uh-huh.
I don't know what crime I committed that made me a wanted man, but yeah.
And what about the boys? I
don't know. After seeing Johannes get his ass handed to him by some mercenaries in the Adelring, which is the super nice neighborhood there.
Why did they hand his ass to him?
I don't know. I don't know what happened there. I know that he was pretending to be Gaston's servant, but there was like 11 guys there that were actual mercenary kind of guys. And even if Gaston's a knight, I don't think he stood a fucking chance if they ganged it.
Explain to me one thing, Lambert. We have an inn. We have contacts in this city. We have money. We have clientele.
Yeah.
Why, in all the fucks in the world, were you tempted to do some shady business on a trip to deliver a stained glass window? And from what I understood, Johannes also did some work for the man whose daughter he's wooing, right? like
because I'm impressionable and want to do things with my friends, and I thought that my business partner people would be good people to do this business with. On the other side, the opposite side of that coin, I don't like seeing my people treated like absolute fucking shit.
I understand that. That I do understand. The first part, no, I don't. Although that's probably not going to be any issue in the near future for us. She says. She looks again slightly distracted, so it doesn't really matter anyway.
What's that mean?
Well, assuming that no one recognized you in Bögenhafen, I was never there, but from what I understand, this town is not very far from Altdorf, and it's full of mercantile folk, right? Johannes and Gustav, they both hang around those circles, so do the math. Maybe if they escaped, if they are still wanted men, let's just pray to any god who will listen that they won't be recognized by anyone who trace them back here. I know that's a long shot, but we know that long shots sometimes work, right? But that doesn't matter. Doesn't matter at all. Fuck, doesn't matter. We have a problem, Lambert. All of us. But mostly the wand has a problem. She downs the rest of her wine very quickly.
Pitter patter.
Slams the cup very hard on the table. Fortunately, that's a like wooden cup, not a glass, so it doesn't break. A day after you left, some people started appearing at the wand. Men, all men. They look like stevedores, but they were definitely not stevedores. They were, most of them, tough, burly. Like this was one type, the other type was mean and lean, if you know what I mean. They had tattoos covering mostly their arms. Few of them had them on their bare chests. I mean, it's cold, but they lots of them were walking with arms bare and jerkins unbuttoned. Tattoos of fish. Of fish skeletons, fish heads.
Fuck.
And so, first night there were like 2 of them. The next night there were 10 of them. The next night there were like 15 of them, and they ordered. They asked. She says. Asked, right? That a few tables will be put together so that they can enjoy a nice evening meal. I think they drank half of our cellar and ate most of our food. They paid for everything and left a very generous tip. I'm not even kidding. They did not make any trouble. They didn't harass a single patron or any of the staff or me, but they kept returning for every single night after the first when they arrived. They were led by this man. He appeared on the 3rd night. He introduced himself to me. He was very charming, I must say, as Ralph Babbo. He had a fish tattooed on his face. I would say that he looked ridiculous if not for all the scars and weapons on him, and the fact that his arms were thicker than my waist. Ralph really wants to meet you, Lambert, and by you I mean all of you. He kept asking me the last couple of times that he was here, when will you go back? When will you get back? Because he wants to discuss business and he wants to discuss, his words not mine, the future of this fine establishment. Last night he was still very charming, but look, I know men pretty well given my former trade. I know when they start getting impatient. And the man that he keeps in his company, it's clear that they are much more impatient than he is. He just keeps them in check. Yet. Lots of our regular clientele got scared by them. And, well, they haven't returned. I mean, we still have lots of clients during daytime, but during the last few days, when it's getting darker, when the evening comes, there's this time period when the wand is nearly empty because people are afraid. So the business is struggling, I would say. At the same time, Babo and his men, they do leave a lot of money here. And, well, as I said, they don't make any trouble yet.
Is this a situation where you think we need to post a guard? Or
no.
Is this a situation where you want these people to stop coming?
I was hoping that when you eventually return, you would take care of it. I'm not cut for this, Lambert. One of them smacked my ass. Babo struck him in the face and told him that if he lays his hands on me again, he'll break both of his legs.
Right,
but
yeah, it's like there's a flash of anger in Lambert's eyes, and he reins it in.
No, I don't think that calling the guards is the right thing to do. I've asked around. Those men, they are the fish. You've heard about the fish, I presume.
Yeah, no, I know about the fish. I know about the fish, and I know about the issues we had with the fish.
So, calling the guards would probably mean that they would either burn this place to the ground and...
or they just pay off the guards.
Yes, and then burn this place down to the ground and disembowel me and everyone, from the staff. I have no one else to contact. I've spoken to some of the staff while you were gone. The old one, the old guard, those who worked with Finron when he was still around, they told me that when he took control over the wand, there was a single attempt from some small-time gang to take over. They approached him, they offered him money, he told them to go away, then later they tried something funny, and the entire gang was found by the watch a week later in pieces, floating in a nearby canal. After that, there were no gang trouble. But that was Finron. He's not around anymore. I think that some people got emboldened by this fact. So I want to ask you now, Lambert, what is the plan? Because in a few hours, Babo and his men will once again visit our place. They will once again order good food and good drink. And they will once again ask when you will get back from your trip to Bögenhafen because they want to discuss business. And I don't know what I'm going to tell them.
One sec.
I wish that Gustav Johannesson
I'm trying to respond to something real quick.
No worries.
My wife texted me.
She says, I wish that Gustav, Johannes, and Gaston were here. Gaston would maybe make at least some of them not so confident, and Gustav knows how to speak to those people. Johannes, well, is Johannes. He's a voice of reason, I often found, although after you told me about this whole mercenary confrontation in Bögenhafen, I don't know what to think anymore.
Oh, I have no idea what the hell that was all about. I got out of town because I was being chased by the guards. And
yes,
I have no
but
idea why.
Alright.
Alright.
I hope that they are fine, but Lambert, we have
I
people
hope they're
here who have families.
Okay, I'm putting that to the side. Not the family thing. I'm putting my friends and your former lover to the side, and I'm going to deal with this shit. I have a couple of questions. One, is the Finron approach to this something you would be able to overlook?
Don't tell me that you want to go to war with the fish. One of the two largest
this
gangs in Aldorf.
That's great. This wouldn't be war per se.
Mm-hmm. So what would it be?
You say a bunch of people come in here, they order food and they eat food, and they're used to having good food, right?
Yes.
Why not just poison the fucking food?
Because when they eat the fucking food, Lambert, there are also other people in the main room, not that many as before, and because perhaps I don't want to be a fucking murderer, maybe that crossed your mind.
You wouldn't. Maybe you just take the night off.
No, I'm not going to take the night off because I'm responsible for the stuff here. I'm responsible for those people. I'm not going to take a night off and leave them at the mercy of a fucking crook with I think he had like 8 knives on him and 2 hooks. I was hoping for something else than let's kill them.
What were you hoping for?
For you to talk to them. I don't know. Persuade them.
I'm fine with talking to them.
Bribe them. I don't know, Lambert. I have no idea. For the last few nights, I've been doing my best to stall them, to talk sweet to them, to offer them discounts, to make sure that they won't harass the staff, that they won't return with oil lamps and torches, that they won't do horrible things to women here. To the kid who brought you your bath today, son of one of our cooks. But I am not a miracle worker. And I'm not cut out for this.
I get it.
And I don't want any more blood on my hands.
Marla, shut the fuck up. I get it. You're stressed. You've been dealing with this shit for a long time. We're all dealing with a bunch of shit. I will talk to them tonight. I don't have a problem with that. That's fine. I escaped one hellhole, I can work in another hellhole. But I don't need constant fucking badgering. I will do this, okay? I will talk to them, maybe they kill me, maybe they disappear me. But if that's the way that we want to run this, fine, I'll do it. And I walk back inside.
Lambert, wait, she says. One last thing. Please?
What?
She says. I don't want for them to kill you, she says. I want you to talk to them, yes. And I want to be right next to you when you'll be talking to them, obviously. I also want to say one thing. That if it gets to the worst, I think that we should agree to any sort of deal they want, including selling. This is just a place. This is not worth your life, my life, and the lives of people here. The lives of their families. All right?
I walk over to Marla, and she's still sitting down.
Yeah.
So it's eye level, and I'm still pretty fuming, but I just wrap her in the biggest hug that a halfling can give. and just say, like, I don't know what I've done in Bögenhafen, but I missed you the most.
There's this pause, as you understand that she's drained completely. She's a husk. But after a split second, she hugs you back. After another split second, you can feel the warm tears running down your neck. She says, whatever you did, I'm sure you didn't have a choice. Don't torment yourself with that. Not after what you went through.
Okay.
I missed you.
People are gonna open the door.
I missed you a lot as well, she says. And I'm glad that you are back.
Somebody might open the door and look out here and get the wrong idea. So I'm gonna go inside and cook up the best food that they've had. I'm not gonna poison it, I promise. And I hold up my crossed fingers. It's like, I'm not lying. I'm like up towards the sky. I just want you to know that there's honor among us, and I'm not gonna poison these guys. I just want to see if we can work things out. And, like, I'm doing this in front of her, and I pull a shilling out and just flick it into the garbage. It's like, what? It can't hurt. Come on. And I go back in.
She just smiles. After a second, she laughs softly, shakes her head, gets up, and brings the dishes inside. Both of you go back in, and you start cooking the best meal that you probably can. And meanwhile, we'll go back to Johannes and Gustav.
I just have one question: would Marla and Lambert's children be quarterlings?
No, I think they would be 3 quarterlings. I think it would be 3/5, a 3/5 compromise.
Not sure if human and
that was pretty dark.
biology is compatible, but yeah. Gustav and Johannes, the door opens. You are led inside by Volker. He's behind your back. By the way, you pass the guard. The guard looks, honestly, he looks more like one of those mercenaries in Edoring. Maybe slightly dirtier. Like he has those, he has this feeling. What's the word when you have very few hair on your head, or that you are losing hair?
Balding.
Balding, yeah. Thanks. He's balding. He's the few strands of hair that he has are greasy, but it's also obvious that he eats well. He's armed rather well as well. Crossbow pistol at his hip and 2 short swords, one next to the other. You are moving through a little labyrinth of corridors, small rooms. You at some point you go up the stairs to probably cross to the second building, and then you go down the stairs completely into the basement. Then you go through the basement, up the stairs once again. It's like at least 10-minute walk. Both of you can roll me intelligence tests -20 if you want. If you don't want, you don't have to. Okay. Roll.
I'll do it.
Sure. Nice.
God damn it.
You don't have to. I mean, this is a botch, but what this means is that there's no way, Johannes, that you would be able to find your way back, because you're
fair enough.
your very tired, very exhausted mind is just dumbfounded by all of this. Gustav, you probably would have trouble finding your way back, but you'd manage. It would just take you quite some time. Also, sometimes both of you could swear that the shadows here they just work different. It's almost like they lengthen when you don't look at them, that they flicker. Gustav, few times you also heard the soft meowing of a cat, of a feline nearby, and you even saw in the corner of your eye this shape, this black shape with long thick tail disappearing behind the corner. But it looks like it was almost following you. Following your steps. By the way, Brian, you here, or am I talking into the ether?
Uh-oh.
Brian?
I'm here.
Okay, thanks. Eventually you reach a corridor. It's probably on the first floor of some kind of a, once again, tenement building that is mostly empty, even though you hear in the distance from behind closed doors, the sounds of people still being active at this ungodly hour of the night. Volker, this time he just knocks normally. Three sharp knocks, and you hear a familiar voice. Let him in. And Volker opens the door with this smirk on his face. Council awaits you, mine Aaron, he says. And you enter the room, the brightly lit room, with completely with boarded windows, covered in drapes, by the way. So there's a double insulation from the light, so to speak. You see that in the middle of the room, there's a large round table that it's completely filled with wine bottles, ale casks, cards, playing cards, dice. There's a large, incredibly beautiful chandelier hanging above. The chandelier is 100% out of place because the room is basically barren except for this table and the chairs around it. There are also a few chairs under the dirty chipped walls, but the chandelier looks like something from a palace, or at least from a nobleman's manor, right? Around the table sits half a dozen characters. 4 of them are humans, 3 males and a single woman. 2 of them are halflings, and the halflings that you know rather well, I would say, because we are talking about Matchwike Greenfistle and Candlewicke Greenfistle. They look at you, both. They blink a few times. Men and women also observe you without uttering a single word. Well, says.
Is there a chair for us to sit in?
No. I mean, the chairs under the wall are all occupied.
Okay.
So, by the way, they're all occupied by people who look like guards, and there are like half a dozen of them. Volker, who led you inside, closed the door behind you, and you can hear the sound of a key being, turned.
I nod my head to the green thistles. I look impressed.
Matchwike, who, as you know, is head of the Green Thistle clan, he leans back in his chair. They both look rather well, you see. He takes a glass, a very fancy-looking glass of red wine, takes a sip. Now look what the cat brought in, he says. That's probably pretty funny to you, Gustav.
Yeah. I'm laughing. Yeah, Gustav's laughing when he says that.
Gustav van Heck and Johannes, he says. I don't remember your surname, sorry. Yeah, I think that's Johannes what?
Knappen.
And Johannes Knappen. 2 of the biggest troublemakers in Bögenhafen. And with that, the rest of the table, including his cousin Candlewicke, they begin to laugh. Welcome, Gustav and Johannes, to the 5th Guild of Bögenhafen, says Matchwike. You boys...
I give a sigh of relief, I guess. Yeah.
You boys look like shit, he says.
All in your service.
Is it? Asks Candlewicke. We don't remember to order you to stir some shit with the Steinhager. In fact, remind me, cousin, I think we asked you to follow the man, not to antagonize his guards, to the point that later the entire town was searching for you, eh? Or maybe I misremember things. I don't think I do.
Well, they're blaming us.
Up a lot just now.
Sorry.
It's like,
Go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry, Sean.
Oh, I don't know. They stirred up any more than you guys ripping off the Baron.
Baron? We ripped the Baron?
Being blamed for your heist.
Oh, nah, says Matrika. It's a bit more complicated than that, Johannes. By the way, bring this man some wine. It's clear that he needs it. The Marienburger as well. One of the men sitting at the table. He takes two cleanest, probably, glasses. Pours some wine from
Spits in them clean.
Yeah, from a nearby bottle. And
while we're talking, can I inspect Johannes's shoulder?
No, he would need to sit. You would need a good source of light, and you have a feeling that if you want to talk to them, and you want to pay attention, you need to concentrate on that. The man with this slight smirk on his face handles you the glasses. The wine actually smells very good, and both of you, when you look at the bottle even from here, you can clearly see that the label is, the signs of the label are written in a language that you don't understand. It's like Esteban, Cordoba, Bilbali, something like that.
Okay.
Muchos gracias.
Taco Bell,
quesadilla. No, I'm just kidding. But I mean, if you have a stallion, then yes, you would be able to read that. But if not, then you have no idea what it says. The wine,
unfortunately, no.
Yeah, the wine smells very good. It tastes even better. It's probably one of the best vintages that you had in a long time. On par, of the vintage that you had in the fine restaurant that you went to with when you were trailing Rook Brother.
Rook Brothers, yeah.
Yeah. Golden Trout. Anyway. Well, we were thinking that you would remain the slammer, says Matchwike, until either the Steinhager or someone else would decide to get rid of you this way or the other. But you are pretty resourceful, he says, as he takes another sip of wine. Very resourceful indeed. Unfortunately, with what happened here, the whole deal that we hired you for is now it's now forfeit, he says. Yeah, it's you shut the bet, so to speak. Shame, we were so close.
I go to pat Johannes on the shoulder and then stop before I do it. None of you actually had any clue that the Matchwikes would, belong to the Thieves Guild. By the way, you realize one thing, mostly you, Gustav. Given the position they have at the table, and the way the other people look at them, they don't belong to the Thieves Guild. They probably run it. So, how did you find this place? What brings you here? What do you want? And yeah, I mean, hopefully no one tailed you. And he looks at Volker. Volker just says, "We are sure that no one was following us, boss. This place is secure." That's good, says Matchwiki.
We would hate to leave it in a hurry, just like we did with birds when that Teugen fucker came there looking for us. He looks at you, Gustav.
It's good to see that you're safe after all.
Yes, well, not thanks to you. Just before we managed to escape from him, he was pretty confident that he would catch us. He was yelling and shouting and blustering. He even told us who told him where to find us, right? Out
of character, I think that was Johannes, right? Or what?
Perhaps, but
yeah, it was.
Matchwike probably considers both of you to be a single entity in that case. So not very professional, I would say. Not very professional at all, says one of the... you don't know if he's a member of the council, like one of the men sitting at the table. We should slit their throats and throw them into the gutter. They are fools, and they will bring the watch down on our heads. You can see that other men, the women also nod. You can even feel more than see the guards at the under the walls. They get up from some of them get up from their chairs and they reach for the weapons. Matchwike is not stopping anyone. Well, maybe we should.
So this is how you treat people who save your life, huh?
Yes,
good to know.
You saved our lives and we paid you for it, if I recall correctly, Johannes. Then we gave you a job and you fucked it up completely. You antagonized not only Steinhager, a man that we wanted you to find dirt on, because that was the only way for us to convince the consul, or rather force the consul to do all what we wanted. But from what we heard, there was also this rather unpleasant murder at good old Bert's.
What?
Well, yeah. They found... we have ears and eyes everywhere, mostly local beggars. When we help them from time to time, give them some coins, some food, stuff like that, they hear for us, they see for us, and the bartender, Bird's bartender, was murdered earlier, the previous day. Nasty business, by the way. He was stabbed through the eye into the brain. And
by the people that chased you?
No, by a very diminutive figure in a long cloak, fitting the exact description of your comrade Lambert Cherryheart, who, by the way,
we've been in jail.
Who, by the way,
that saved you guys.
Who, by the way, can be found anywhere, unlike your Bretonnian friend, who's still in the, who's still enjoying the hospitality of Bögenhafen, albeit not in the jail cell, of course. He's far too important and, well, he's a noble, He's a Bretonnian noble, so we don't want international incident, right?
Is he in their custody of some sort?
He is. He will be probably, if I know, given how Bögenhafen works, he'll probably be transported to Aldorf, to Bretonnian embassy there, and they will decide what to do with him. He is associated with 2 criminals and a murderer. I mean, that's not very chivalrous, am I right? He says.
How sure are you it was Lambert? It doesn't sound like him at all.
3 different witnesses confirmed that. And, I mean, that makes sense. He knew where to find us. He was probably searching for us. He didn't knew that by the time he got there, we were already away from that place because Conrad, the fucker, the man who probably ordered our kidnapping, from which you managed to free us on the road, he visited the place. He wanted us, well, he wanted to capture us to know where we stashed Teugen's merch.
See, I told you. They're blaming us for that shit. And that's what this problem is really all about.
Now,
trying to pin it on us.
No, that's not exactly that. I mean, yes, we used you, and we wanted to use you from the moment you freed us, but mostly wanted to use your skills to further our agenda. Everything that we told you about this town's ruling council being racist towards halflings is true. We simply wanted to get what was rightfully ours. We wanted a place in the council. Now it's probably gone forever, given how much you boys fucked up. And we want to expand our business. The only way to do that was to blackmail 2 members of the council, Steinhagers and Rook brothers, so that they would vote against the Hagens, from whom we stole a rather large shipment of what is not important. Few years ago, we managed to take control of this guild here, and he encompasses the entire room. We betrayed the previous leadership to the guards. The watch arrested them. We took control of the guild. So we had influence, but we did not have political power or respectability. That alone rested within the Merchants Guild, as it had ever done in Bögenhafen. So we wanted the Teugen seat. Teugen being the disgraced family that got caught up in some heretical scheme all those years ago. I'm sure that you've heard about it. Unfortunately, the remaining families, Hagens, Rook brothers, and Steinhagers, would never agree to such a thing, unless, of course, they had no other choice. Now this whole deal is complicated, he says, as he pours himself another glass of wine. My original plan to gain political power called for gradual expansion of influence over the major merchant families. If we could finesse the situation just right, we could maneuver the merchant families into a corner, and then we could get what we wanted. It was, of course, a long-term plan, and we were prepared to take it slow. Unfortunately, the town council made a mistake. They made me angry. A few months ago, as you know, we expanded our business to sell pies from the street carts. The roaming carts did well and multiplied quickly, and soon a green thistle cart could be found in any part of town. Using a tried and true method for controlling competition, of course, the Merchants Guild passed a new ordinance in the town council banning pie carts as a public nuisance. You also know that. We told you about this. Of course, the council had no idea that they had just crossed the leaders of the Thieves Guild. He points at himself and his cousin. So, the council's actions, and he takes another sip, prompted us to implement a more aggressive strategy in dealing with the major merchant families. The uncouth would call it blackmail, we call it business. We started with the Hagens. We had heard that an important shipment of goods was arriving from Marienburg, and knowing the Hagens were suffering due to the war, we stole the boat and hid it in a nearby inlet. We then made an offer to Johann Hagen. If Hagen would agree to support our clan on council votes, we would return the boat and its goods intact, of course. The plan was sound, but we didn't realize just how desperate Hagen was. Johann Hagen hired some thugs, led by the man named Conrad. They brazenly snatched me and my cousin off the streets and secreted us to a camp in the woods nearby, the camp that you've visited. Jochen then made us a counteroffer: return his shipment, or we would have a tragic boating accident. That's where you came in. You've helped us, you've rescued us. We decided to use you to get some dirt on two families with Rook Brothers and Steinhager's votes, Hagen would have, well, he would have no leverage to vote against his one. We would have won. We would take place of the Teugen family on the council. But, as I said before, this is sadly not possible anymore because of you.
Why do you say that?
Well, mostly because you went to Steinhager's home like a bunch of complete fools and started a fight with their security detail. Then there was this unfortunate implication that you were party to a murder of Rolf, the coachman of Elysee Magirius, and that you also stole the necklace from Grünberg. The entire watch is looking for you. Then there was also this unfortunate implication that you were party to a murder of a bartender in Ostendam. One of you, at least. And when the watch wanted to detain you, you were trying to escape.
Well, I see it differently.
Really? Do tell.
Yes, absolutely.
All right. Let's hear you out.
Okay.
All right.
We rescued you because we are kind and generous people. Number one.
Sorry, when you're saying that, everyone in the room laughs.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I tried for a very long time to be.
We took your job because we sympathize with the plight of the halflings, because one of our friends is a halfling, and he suffered greatly in Altdorf, and so we feel that it is our duty to assist our halfling brothers and sisters where we can. That's number two. Number three, we also saved the life of one of the coachman, the driver of Elysee Magarius.
Yes,
so
the driver who is dead right now.
Right, but why would what on earth would possess us to kill him?
I don't
saved
know.
his life.
Well, you didn't.
Exactly.
You didn't save
bullshit.
You didn't save his life per se, says Kandawike, Greenfiso. You saved Elysee Magirius. He was just a bonus. For the town's watch, you probably killed him to get the necklace stolen from the Baron of Grünberg.
Right.
Right?
The necklace that you guys stole.
No, we didn't steal the fucking necklace, says Kandawike. Why would we steal a necklace? Like, look,
well, why would we steal it?
Rolf owed us money, alright? He stole the necklace from Grünberg because, well, one of our accomplices lent him a rather large sum of money so that he could hire a healer to help his dying wife. Unfortunately, the bro died anyway, as those things happen from time to time. And
so you see.
But poor Rolf was still in debt. And we, by the way, we always collect our debts, even when it comes to dying wives. No, we didn't kill them, that's the thing. We didn't kill him. We wanted to talk to him, but it wasn't us. My guess is that Grünberg probably sent someone to end him. He learned about this. He sent someone to Bögenhafen to find out which one of Elysee's servants got the necklace, given that very few of them survived the trip to Bögenhafen because of the bandit attack. That really left only Rolf, right? My guess, the assassin probably interrogated him in her house, learned about the necklace, and well, then, from what I've heard, he slit his throat and disemboweled him.
Okay, but so again, you. We had nothing to do with that. That is completely.
Well, yes, but
we're
obviously,
being framed.
we are not going to tell the watch that Rolf stole the necklace because he owed us money, right? For the watch, you are still the culprits. Well, they just look at you dumbfounded and blink. One of the men looks at the other. Is he fucking retarded? I'm not sure. Maybe it's the wound.
Well,
says another one.
there is such thing as a debtor's prison, is there not? So it would stand to reason that he was a desperate man, and not with all his faculties, and he did something that you were totally unaware of to pay you back.
Matey, says Kandawike, we won't do anything that will link us to Elisée Maguire's servant. All right, nothing. No one will ever know that Rolf owed the Thieves Guild money for.
It's not the Thieves Guild. It's a business. It's a businessman.
For his.
You guys are a legitimate business.
To save his dying wife, which sadly didn't come to pass, and sadly because of that, Baron Grinberg, who, from what I heard, is a nasty, callous, and cold-hearted bastard, sent someone to get what was his, and along the way punish the thief, right?
Exactly. So you guys are missing the point. You're being persecuted for being halflings. You help somebody, and then these bastards kill the guy that you were helping.
I sit on the table because it's been a long night.
No one.
You guys are missing the point here. So we've got all of these people that are halflings are citizens of the Empire, valued citizens of the Empire, and I'm sure that back in the capital of Altdorf, that there will be officials who will be happy to know, or will be happy to be told about any injustices done to loyal citizens of the Empire, for no other reason than that they are halflings.
They just look at you for a very long time. Kandawike says, Matchwiki says, I literally have no words. I mean, he points at Gustav, it's clear that he understands the game, so to speak. Johannes, you're a charming man, you really are, but perhaps stick to selling things. This isn't life for you.
So let me get this straight. So you guys run the Thieves Guild, and you have zero, I mean none, absolutely nada, legitimate businesses to launder your money. Is that what you're telling me?
We have legitimate businesses. This whole deal.
Yeah, they have the pie cards.
This whole deal is because we want to expand our legitimate business with the pie cards. That's why we wanted Hagens to bend. That's why we wanted you to collect dirt on Steinhagers and Rook Brothers, right? What we didn't want to do was for you to start a fight with Steinhager and his men. What we didn't want for you to do was to antagonize and, run away from the entire town watch. We also didn't want for you to murder a bartender in admittedly seedy and shitty but still legal establishment that was Bird's.
That was not us.
Well,
it wasn't me anyway.
But that was someone from your group, Gustav, right? Maybe that wasn't.
I don't know what happened. I can't speak to that.
I don't care what happened as well. I don't care if he was defending himself, if maybe if maybe Lambert was offended by the barkeep. I don't care. I don't give a rat's ass. But it happened, and now it's going to get pinned on you. Also, the local priest of Sigmar, who spoke very badly of you as well. Supposedly you were incredibly rude to him, which, I mean, this is still a mercantile town, but, priest of Sigmar, am I right?
I think character was.
Yeah, he was. The guy who helped you unpacked the stained glass window. I think that Lambert.
Lambert insulted him.
Yeah, insulted him.
I didn't insult him directly to his face.
Well, you kinda did.
Just because you insult somebody's god doesn't mean that you're insulting the person.
Yeah, exactly. You just insulted his god. Also, people at the place where you were staying, the Cadburys, they've heard you talking some very. Supposedly, you were talking about some very unpleasant, dangerous things, like you were threatening someone.
Look, all these things you're saying was one person.
All those things that I'm saying, Gustav, create a bigger hole. This, by the way, is a good lesson for you boys. To maybe, just maybe, not only think what you are doing, but also think before you say something. Because right now you are buried in Bögenhafen. Completely. Now, we will manage this somehow. I don't know how, but somehow.
I'm giving you a path forward, and you're not taking it.
Thank you, Johannes. You are very generous with your with the fact that you are giving us a path forward. As I was saying, we will persevere, obviously. By the way, let's just add to this whole thing, of murder, of antagonizing one of the ruling families of the town, which, by the way, families in Bögenhafen, they hold the power equal and sometimes bigger than some of the Reikland noble lines, including very old Reikland noble lines, because times are changing and mercantile class is slowly, well, actually not very slowly, it's gaining more power than nobility in some places, which I'm sure that Gustav knows all too well, given that he's from Marienburg, right? As I was saying, yes, this... prison escape, because it's obvious that you've escaped from the prison, right? You were locked behind behind lock and key. Now you are here. So add to that prison escape. I mean...
So you're fully aware of what we need.
What do you need, Gustav? I mean, what... Because I'm of a... I can't really decide what to do with you. On one hand, I would love nothing more to chop both of you up and stuff you into pies. For the amount of problems that you've given me, my cousin, and the guild that we are running. On the other hand, you did save our lives, that is true. And the dirt on Steinhager, on Rookbrother, will, at least, to some extent, help us in the future. And besides, I don't like unnecessary killing. That's something, by the way, that you can tell your halfling friend if he's still alive.
I don't either.
And if you meet him in the future. So, how do we do this? How are we going to do this? You can stay here, obviously. This is not a hotel, and we are not running charity. You saved our lives, yes, we've paid you for it. We're not going to kill you, but because of that, we'd
like passage back to Altdorf, and that's complicated right now.
Because of that, we think that this is more than this more than makes us even. You want passage to Altdorf? Do you know that passage to Altdorf, when you are fugitives, is not only dangerous, not only to you, but also to people who will try and secure this passage? It also costs.
I do.
And I'm sorry, but unless you have very... well, I'm not going to tell that joke, but you know what I want to say. Unless you have some places on your body that can hide a large sum of money, then I don't really see any dosh on you right now.
We have money. It's in Altdorf, and it's safe.
It's in Altdorf. Very, very convenient, says Kandelwike. The moment you boys reach Altdorf, you bail, disappear into the maze of the streets, and this will be the last time when we see you.
That's a fair concern, and that's why you should bring enough people to outnumber us. Perhaps even keep one of us as collateral, as the other goes and gets your money. But the more important thing is, what number sounds good to you?
Well,
can I try to charm? Like I'm trying to shift on a little bit.
You can roll me counter charm. That said, you have minus 10% because you are very tired.
Oh, yeah, he's probably really good too.
Yeah, and you know that they are tough players. You don't have to roll, Brian, but remember, if you fail, you will need to accept their terms, and if you botch, then this is going to be very serious. So it's up to you.
Okay. Do I have 1 or 2 luck left?
I don't recall.
I don't recall. I think you've used 1 luck.
Okay, I've used 2 luck at least.
But
you had 1 extra.
Yeah, you still have 1 extra.
I'm gonna try and charm him, I guess.
So charm him.
And if I botch, I just use a luck.
Okay. Now this is a counter test. Yeah.
I didn't need him twice.
Yeah. Well, he passed. He rolled better. He rolled better. How much charm do you have, by the way?
My fellowship is. Hang on, let me close this down. I just upgraded it today too, so that's nice. 49.
Yeah, he passed. You you tried your best, and Johannes, you see that Gustav tried his best. Matchwike just shakes his head. No. I see what you are trying to do, boy, and you are good. You are very good. Perhaps one day you'll be even as good as me, but this is not this day. All right. We will.
But it is not this day.
It's not this day. We can secure you a route to Altdorf via river. We have some contacts in the docks, some smuggling, accomplices, good people who, of course, will have to be paid to bring you to Altdorf. This will cost, but the more important part is that you've completely fucked up our entire operation here. Like, it will take us years before we'll be able to move against Hagen.
Well,
and
I might have some news for you that hasn't reached you yet.
He puts up his finger so that you do not interrupt him. We of course still have Hagen's shipment. Unfortunately, we will probably have to give it back because we don't want to spend the next months or maybe even years locked up in one dingy cellar or another, avoiding one of Bögenhafen's most powerful families, men searching for us. Assuming that Hagen won't try to off us anyway, but that's something else. So you owe us big. You owe us very big. You owe us lots of money. More than that cursed necklace of Graf Grunberg. Graf of Grunberg was probably worth. Sorry, Graf Grunberg, not Graf of Grunberg. I would say 500 gold crowns and we are square.
Who's Conrad to Hagen's operation?
They look at each other, Kanduik and Matchwike, they blink. Matchwike, you can see that he's quite irritated because he told you his terms and you try to change subject. Conrad was his servant, he was his attack dog. Conrad is his servant. His attack dog. He's a fixer of sorts. Not very bright, but sometimes you don't need to be bright if you have enough of your master's money. That's how he hired the thugs who kidnapped us and later brought us to the camp in the woods. Why are you asking?
I'm sure he could be replaced rather quickly, but it should buy you some time.
Wait. What are you saying right now? What the fuck are you saying right now? Replaced?
He came into our cell with 6 men.
Oh no. No, please tell me that you didn't. Please tell me that you didn't.
I didn't, Johannes did.
You fucker!
You see that Matchwike just buries his face in his hands. His cousin pats him on the shoulder, slightly. He looks at you. By the way, the other guys, the other people in the room, the woman including, they just look at you with pure hostility. You can even hear behind you Volker unsheathing one of his blades and in this very sinister way, but when you take a glance behind you, you can see that he's cleaning his he took his gloves off and he's cleaning his nails with the rather long and unpleasant looking dagger. The guards, by the way, also all of them took a few steps towards you. Two of them have their weapons half drawn. The others, they prepare for violence. Matchwike looks at you. So you killed Conrad, is that what you want to tell me? You killed Teugen, one of Teugen's most trusted men. Mate.
I had little choice.
Matey, do you understand what just happened? You want to go to...
Do you understand until a few hours ago I was a devout Shalian?
I don't fucking care if 2 hours ago you were a woman and now you're a man. You want to travel to Aldorf? Boy, you probably need to run to Border Princess pronto, because Teugen will not stop. Hagen will not stop. He will move heaven and earth to get you. You killed one of his most important servants. And where did you do that? Did you do that? He came to your cell, so you offed him in guards' barracks, right?
Yeah, the guards killed him.
Oh, shut the fuck up. He says to you.
By the way, I am trying to memorize everybody's fucking face in this room.
So, roll me minus 20% intelligence.
Okay. Just for fun.
Yeah, I know. Just... Nice.
Okay.
Yeah, you know, right now there's so much anger simmering within you, Johannes, that you don't even try to remember those faces. You try to sear them into your mind with this fury and anger, and it works. At least it works, of course, in the case of Matchwike's. It works in the case of the rest of the council. The guards, not so much, because the guards are standing mostly in the shadows. Volker, you've managed to catch a good glimpse of him, although he's not really hostile towards you, at least not yet. Because the guards and it's obvious to them that they will probably need to take care of you. Volker is just nonchalantly standing behind and wondering how this will go. But the entire table, the human men and single women, they look at you with this mix of disgust, contempt, and outright hatred. You really fucked their lives up.
Okay. Wait a minute here.
Whoever killed.
Hey boys,
Conrad,
voice from beyond. I mean, we're doing a pretty good job. Why would we not just pivot into being crime fighters?
Well, anyway, so okay, I say so who here was in line to be the leader of the guild before these two shitheads came into town?
There's this silence, and you hear now...
Because they're blaming it all on us. They're the ones that hired us in the first place. Who the fuck are these guys?
These guys, says Matchwike as he stands up, which, by the way, is rather funny because he's a halfling, he's short. But
yeah,
you can see that when he stands, there is this strange kind of, perhaps, strength, or rather maybe determination in him. He looks at you, and he doesn't even look angry at you. He looks at you like this, with this coldness, with this just contempt, cold contempt. He says, "We were the ones who removed the entire previous Thieves Guild management like that, and he snaps his fingers. And so, ask yourself a question, human. If we were able to do that so easily, what else are we able to do to stupid people who don't know when to hold their tongues?
Well, I would counter with this, and I address the other people in the room.
Johannes.
No.
You can hear Volker from behind.
Where Johannes dies.
From behind saying, he's saying,
Well,
mate, seriously, shut up. Don't make this harder on yourself. You can still get out of here scot-free. Like, for real, he says. But you can also tell from his tone that he's probably interested if you are going to listen to him. You know, it's like, don't do this, but at the same, please do this, because this is going to be fun. Well, continue, Johannes. You want to say? Continue.
I just find it interesting that your current leadership is pinning on myself and my compatriots how we have ruined all of the business for you guys in this guild. Not him and his cousin here, but two guys from out of town.
Actually,
have ruined everything.
Actually, 4 guys says Matchwike. He's still, by the way, angry. Although you can see that, for example, Kandowike is just red on his face, and he looks at you, Johannes, like he's really considering probably attacking you right now. First of all, 4 guys, not 2. Learn to fucking count. Second of all, we hired
4
you.
Guys. Four halflings. Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry. Go ahead.
We hired you.
I forgot about the other kid.
To do a job. And it's not our problem that you are too fucking stupid to do this job properly. Because I don't even for a single second think that you would imagine that we would, tell you on the road to Bögenhafen, yes, we are from the Thieves Guild. Of course, we want to blackmail the council. Naturally, we are going to tell you all about this.
So you made a mistake.
You
made a mistake hiring me.
The only thing that you were supposed to do was to tail 2 people, and you did manage to do.
That's what we did.
No,
we fucked up.
And furthermore,
you only managed to do this once.
Furthermore, if your entire plan hinges upon people that you just met on the road, I think that's a serious management issue.
He's got a point.
I'm
just trying to. Can I do? Is it charm? Is it gossip? Is it fucking
you can
deal
no.
maker?
You can charm but with a minus 30%. Because actually no, you know, minus 20. Let's say.
I will lend you a luck if you need a reroll.
Yeah.
Well, I have all my luck. I haven't used any yet. Or did I use one?
That's
you gotta be fucking kidding me. Okay, I'm using the luck. God fucking damn it.
By the way, botch here is okay. You haven't botched. Botch here would mean that both of you would be attacked.
Yeah, that's fine. We killed some people in it already.
Funnily enough, Gustav, when you hear Johannes saying, you know that if he wouldn't be so tired and hurt, he would probably get to them, because even right now he's making some good points. Unfortunately, Johannes is barely standing on his feet. He's slurring, and he's, he looks like he's going to fall any second because of what happened during the last couple of hours. But yeah, if he would be like in his full strength, he would probably get this. You present this, Johannes. Matchwike coldly replies with, well, naturally we hired you because you managed to save us, you managed to kill or drive away almost every single bandit and rescue the girl on the road, which meant for us that you are capable people and you are talented people. Obviously, this was a mistake. You are not, perhaps. You managed to do that thing on the road because you were lucky, or perhaps because it was due to combat and you had a Bretonnian knight. When it comes to actual, I guess, I don't know, we could call it a spy work, or perhaps, I don't know, subterfuge, you're as talented as a sack of bricks, which we didn't knew back then. As I said,
management.
As I've said, you only had a single job, tail 2 people, and you managed to do. You managed to accomplish that with single one of them, which was an impressive feat in itself.
Okay.
We didn't want to kill you.
I'm not hearing where we messed you up.
We didn't want you to kill the barkeep. We didn't want you to antagonize Steinhager's security detail. We didn't want you to spew idle threats at Cadbury's. We didn't want you to escape from the prison. What do you think if you would manage to...
You didn't want us to escape from the prison?
No, because right now you are what's the word? Wanted man, right?
Turn us in for the bounty.
We were actually
Johannes, stop.
We were actually Johannes. We were actually thinking about getting you out of the prison. That's the thing.
Hey boys, I'll be right back.
Sure. But for now, well, there's no more place for you in Bögenhafen. So I'm going to tell you this.
We want to get out of your hair.
Yes, and I'm going to tell you this one last time, nicely. But if from now on I will hear a single disrespect aimed at me or my cousin or our guild, you will not walk out of this room alive. We can secure you a passage to Altdorf. The fee will be 600 gold crowns right now, because Mr. Loudmouth here doesn't know where to shut his gob. And after that, I suggest you never visit this town again. Not only because of the law, but because we don't want you here. Now, do you accept that? If so, we will send someone with you to Altdorf, and you will pay the required fee. If not, then you will of course die. If you don't want...
Out of character, can I make a state to haggle, or
no,
make a case to haggle?
Not anymore. Not after not after Johannes. No. It's
well, he already fucked it up by totally ignoring the offer of 500.
Or if you do not agree, then you will leave this place immediately, blindfolded. We will leave you somewhere on the in Ostendam, and from there you can perhaps, I don't know, swim back to Altdorf, if you know how, or jump over the wall, or do whatever. So, I want, and he looks at you, Gustav, I want you to make the decision right now. Do you have 600 gold crowns? And I mean 600 gold crowns, not some papers stating that you have 600 gold crowns, prepared to be received by our men when they get to Altdorf.
I'm checking my character sheet real quick.
And do you agree on our terms? You hear one of the men sitting at the table says, he growls, "Boss, I think we should steal off them. They are way too dangerous." No. This is still an opportunity for us. Let's see if at least one of them knows how to think.
I'm gonna turn to Johannes like an inch away from his face and just kind of talk very quietly, like, "What do you have in the account?"
Better. You hear from behind you, Volker saying, "Better take the offer, boys."
I put one finger up, like I'm just checking our finances.
Mm-hmm.
I just say, "Do you want me to speak or not?"
We've got it.
You've got it.
No, yeah. Now the important thing is we need to discuss.
That's yes or no. All right.
Yes, we have it.
Very well. Very well.
But the terms of the exchange, because we can't have any miscommunications then.
Yes. This is how it's going to work. You will be escorted by a dozen of our men, led by Volker here, to Altdorf.
Okay.
He will take you immediately to the docks. There's, as I said, there's a contact there, a smuggler. He will set sail immediately. In Altdorf, Johannes, you will become a sort of insurance for us. Volker and some of his men will keep you in a secure location, while Gustav and the rest of our men will secure the payment. Once payment is secured, Gustav, you and my men will travel to the place where Johannes is held. He will be released. The money will be collected by Volker, and he will bring the money back here to Bögenhafen. Now, before you think about doing something stupid, we have more men in Altdorf and more eyes. So there won't be 7 guarding Johannes. There will be many more. Naturally, nothing will happen to you as long as you play nice and as long as Gustav brings the entire sum. If there will be even a single coin missing, Volker will cut off your balls. Is that clear? Asks Matchwike.
When the money's handed over, so is Johannes.
Yes. You will not contact anyone in Altdorf. You will not go to anywhere except the place where the money is.
That's an issue.
What do you mean?
There is one. No, I mean, this is where our money is.
What do you mean? Asks Matchwike.
The knight has to come with us.
No chance, says one of the inner council. The knight is being detained in one.
But you said he'll be expelled from town,
we don't know.
Exiled.
We don't know when. It will be up to the council, and perhaps before that, the knight will be questioned in the town courts. Right now, from what we know, the knight is held in one of residences in Edoring. There is absolutely no chance that we'll be able to bail him out, and I'm sorry, says Matchwike, but we're not going to give you a fully armored knight. We're not that stupid.
It's technically his account. I mean,
well, then maybe, I don't know. You probably feel rather silly for not learning how to access it, right?
well, it's safe. We need him to get it.
Gustav.
It's safer than anyone else's money in the Empire.
Gustav, even if we wanted to, and we don't, we wouldn't be able to get the knight out and send him with you. Simple as that. Because of his status as a nobleman and a foreign noble, the town's council is taking his safety and well-being very seriously, while at the same time, naturally, treating him as an accomplice in the crimes that, well, all of you committed. This is a sticky situation, especially since we are not that far from border with Bretonia, right?
What about a piece of some real estate? Certainly valuable. It's on the street of 100 taverns.
At the same,
I don't know if you have much of a presence there.
two men, sitting at the table. They're like, oh hell no! Look, they are already trying to screw us. What real estate? What is this? Matchwike held up a hand. Explain.
We are all owners of an establishment on the street of 100 taverns. Perhaps we'll give you a stake in it. And we're discussing this now, and I look at the guy that said that because I pay my debts, and I want to make sure you get paid.
Meanwhile, we go over to Lambert. Lambert,
hey,
you've cooked the best meal in weeks, if not months. You laughed, and you had a very good time with the staff, with Marla. It's almost like you also realized that not only her, but quite a lot of people in the staff, they were not smiling as much as before, and many of them looked really scared because of what is happening. Eventually, when the time came, it was about, like, in real life, let's say that it was like 8 p.m. You are still in the kitchen at the back when suddenly the door burst open, and one of the serving girls enters. She looks visibly afraid. Her cheeks are flushed. They are here. The fish, they just entered. There are 12 of them, she says. They once again want the tables put together.
Go ahead and put the tables together, and go ahead and get them whatever drinks they like. I'm going to go freshen up before I meet with them.
All right. With that, the girl, she looks at you. She looks at Marla. Marla just nods, and so she takes quite a few other serving boys and girls, and they they move out. Marla looks at you, Lambert. You do that. I'm going out, and I'll make them talk. I mean, I'll put them at ease, so to speak, when you prepare. All right. With that, she pats you on the shoulder and goes out through the door leading to the main room. Meanwhile, I presume that you also leave the kitchen and go up the stairs.
Yes, but I'm going up the stairs to put my armor back on and prep my pistol and everything. I want to come back down looking just as armed as Kingfish coming in.
Sure. So because to reach your room you need to go through the main room, through the main hall, so to speak, the common room. When you do that, you of course see the entire spectacle. You see Marla talking to a huge 2-meter fall, man. He's built almost like an ogre. There are at least, like I said, 11 other men besides him, standing in the main room, looking tough and dangerous. You can see the fish tattoos covering their arms, mostly their arms. Few of them have them on their chests. The man speaking to Marla has this huge fish tattoo on his face, and when you heard fish tattoo on the face, perhaps you thought that, well, that's silly. It's not. It's actually, it makes him look really dangerous, and it's actually quite intimidating. You go up the stairs. You put on your armor. You prepare your pistol. Make sure that it's loaded, that the mechanism works right. What else are you taking with you?
Let me think here. One sec. I'm looking over something. Okay. Eschewing the normal circumstances where I try to make things kind of hidden, I want everything that I'm wearing to be well seen.
All right, sure, of course.
Like The dagger is not, under my belt and into the pants. The pistol isn't, hidden. The holster's out. I've got the frying pan on a rope across my back. Yeah. And I'm going to roll myself a big old cigar, and I'm going to do two things. I'm going to open the window and toss a gold crown out, saying, "I hope you have my back, old man." And I'm going to light up the cigar and say, "I hope Phineas does too."
Okay,
and,
sure.
I make my way downstairs, trying to look as intimidating, or not intimidating, as big as the character as I perceive people think I am.
Okay, no problem. In that case, you do just that. You
like a little halfling John Wayne.
Yeah. You tell this short, small prayer, and you go downstairs. When you go downstairs, you can see that the tables, quite a few tables, have already been connected to one to another. They form they create this one long table. The huge man, you guess that this is Ralph Babbo, the leader, of course, sits at the head of the table. The other men sit on both sides. When you go downstairs, you can see that the men with tattoos on their chests are closest to him. Meanwhile, those with tattoos, with the least amount of tattoos, mostly covering their arms, are the furthest away. Already there are flagons of ale and bottles of wine delivered. Marla is actually sitting right next to Babbo on a small stool, and you can see that this man, it's hard to tell his age exactly. He looks maybe 40 something. He's bald. He looks like a mix of a stevedore and a hardened criminal. He does in fact have a lot of nice on on himself, but he's speaking to her very calmly and with a light smile on his face. It's obvious that that he's not harassing her, he's not touching her inappropriately, or touching her at all. That said, you can also see that few of his men, they are eyeing her very hungrily and in a rather unpleasant manner, but they don't do anything. You go downstairs.
Gotcha. I go behind the bar.
You go behind the bar,
and even if they call out, I'm just going to ignore them for now and
oh no, they're not.
Pull off a big mug of our best beer, and then go sit with them.
Okay. So
is there a chair at the table?
Yes, there is. You think that
a high chair?
Yeah, there is a chair actually right next to.
Remind me to shoot Johannes when he comes back.
There is. You guess that Marla probably told Babbo that there will be someone talking to him, and so there is a chair right next to him, on the other side of her chair. Actually, when you
we're all gonna be sitting like best friends.
Yes, when you approach, she even nods in your direction. Ralph Babbo looks at you. He is perhaps slightly surprised, but you don't see mockery in his on his face, in his eyes. Few of his men, however, when they look at you, and some of them snicker, two of them laugh out loud. One of them even says loudly, looks like we got way too big of a chair, eh? And that's of course not very funny, but the others, some of them laugh.
Hey, Babbo, a pleasure to meet you. Your friend, your compatriots are laughing, but I don't think they'd laugh if they knew how fast I could draw.
When you say that, there are even more laughs. Bubble just raises one eyebrow. He gets up from his chair, approaches you. Perhaps you could draw very fast, Halfling. However, you only have a single pistol. There are 12 of us. You would perhaps wound or kill one of us. The others would tear
Probably.
The others would tear you to pieces, and then they would do rather unpleasant things to others in this place. He says that in a very calm, almost nonchalant manner, smiling slightly. But I am sure.
Babo, I have no intentions of causing any harm tonight.
I know you look like a reasonable halfling. Ralph Bubble from the fish, and he extends his hand. He actually needs
the fish.
He actually needs to almost bend to, shake your hand. As I said, he's 2 meters tall. He's a huge man for.
That's fine. I shake his hand. He's probably got a really strong grip.
Yeah, it's like like shaking a piece of rock. Now, please sit. We already ordered food. We ordered drink. I'm sure that your lovely friend there told you that we are, of course, paying for everything we own. We don't harass the staff. We don't expect any freebies. I
appreciate it. I'm not going to cut you the deal of having all the food for free.
No,
but I'll cut it in half since I cooked this dinner myself.
Oh, wonderful. Halfling cooking is the best in the Empire, and I mean, even before you arrived, I've heard that this place had very good food and drink. Then again, back then, an elf was running this establishment, and they are a rather snooty race, snob, you might even say. They don't settle for anything other than excellent. With that, of course, you sit on a chair right next to him. Marla is saying, Herr Babo, this is my comrade and business associate, Lambert Cherryheart, that I've told you about. Anyway, I think we should perhaps raise a toast for future successful negotiations. That's a very good idea. Frau Marla. Fräulein Marla, says Bubble. A toast. And with that, he personally pour you a rather generous amount of wine. You can see that the bottle, by the way, it's the good stuff. It's the stuff that you are paying gold for, honestly. So,
yeah, sure.
A toast, then, for successful future partnership, he says. The rest of his men, they also raise their glasses and mugs and cups, but they don't say anything. The toast is made.
Toast is made.
Now, as we are waiting for food, Herr Cherryheart, I will go straight to business, because I respect other people's time, and, well, I generally respect other people. This is, I believe, the way.
I've had a lot of dealings with the dwarfs. They're just like that. I prefer bluntness. Let's go ahead and get this done.
Well, yes, although I am not as unpleasantly blunt as the mountain folk. They can be sometimes.
Them being closer to my height makes it a lot easier to deal with.
Slightly too rude for my taste.
And I roll charm. I'm trying to put him at ease with some humor.
Sure. Yeah, you've passed. He smiles slightly even. Because this is not a counter test, since you want to make a good impression on him. So this is just you doing a good impression, which you did because you've passed, and you see that it's working. That it worked. Yes, well, he says, this is a lovely place, Shepherd's Want, a very fine establishment. By the way, just so you know, there are other patrons here, but between your connected, your super table and other people, there are at least 2 tables that are completely empty, because people are afraid of sitting so close to so many criminals. That's what Marla told you, that the business kind of hurting because of that. But you also know that because of this fact, you don't really need to whisper. For example, you just it's very easy to talk quietly enough so that other people in the inn won't overhear you. It's a very nice place, very much liked by those folk frequenting the Street of 100 Taverns and nearby places, nearby areas. It's safe, it's dependable, it's clean. It is also built it is also built over a large section of sewers, or rather over a place where multiple sewer lanes connect to each other and go towards the river.
That's pretty fortunate.
It is indeed, and it is very valuable because of that. Mostly for those people who would like to use the sewers to, let's say, move certain items without the risk.
Mercantile on the sly.
Yes, without the risk of bumping into City Watch. I'm sure that you know that after that unfortunate Crimson Shade incident, the City Watch and River Watch, they are now even more thorough when it comes to searching people's belongings and searching my people, so to speak, and people
that has to make business
like
difficult.
mine. Yes, it made business rather harder, slightly harder, unpleasantly harder, I might say. So I don't want your place. I don't want to buy it from you. I don't want you to pay me protection money or to make my people wine and dine here for free, or grope your serving girls. No,
I would prefer they didn't.
And they won't, Master Halfling. They won't. What I want is the access to Want's cellars, and through Want's cellars I want access to the what's the word when few lanes connect or few sewers connect, like it's, I think it's
junction.
Yeah, junction.
A junction or a
intersection.
Yeah, a junction I think would be better. To the sewer junction. I also would like to be able to store some goods in your cellar before they will be moved further. I am of course offering money for that, or something else if you are interested, perhaps another form of gratification.
I am amenable to this trade of services. I have one stipulation, and it's because of the particular trouble that the city recently had in the Crimson Shade movements. You aren't moving narcotics, are you?
What we are moving, Master Cherryheart, will not be known to you, but I can assure you, and of course I know that my word probably doesn't mean that much to you, is that we don't deal with any, and he, by the way, lowers his voice a lot, heretical materials. No books that should not be read, no artifacts, no magical trinkets. When he said that, you can see that he made a sign of run out, a sign of protection.
I make it right back at him.
We don't deal with stuff like that. Other than that, I will not disclose the nature of our wares to you or to your compatriots. We do. We deal sometimes with drugs. Yes, I will admit that. But tell me, do you know why we are called the fish?
because you operate as smugglers on the river?
Well, partially, but, and he smiles slightly, it's because we mostly deal, or at least legend says so, with wares, cargo shipment that went overboard, and we fished it out of the water. Which means that...
Well, that's just honest business.
Which means that sometimes, of course, we may want to sell or rather dispose of a crate of, let's say, I don't know, luxurious furs from some faraway exotic land. Other times, yes, it might be Black Lotus or perhaps other substance, but mostly we don't deal with those. Drug addicts are problematic clientele. I personally much more prefer luxurious alcohols, and he takes the wine, the glass of wine, and he takes a glance towards it, like when he has it in front of a light source, like this very fine vintage here. Actually, it's very, very good for a place like this. But then again, as I said before, it's clear that an elf was running this place.
Yeah, I think that was one of Finron's bottles.
So, but to finalize what I was saying, you will not ask what we have in the crates. We will not tell you. But
of course,
rest assured, they will not be left in your cellar for long. We are businessmen. We want to sell them as quickly as possible. Very rarely is a crate with the goods that we are trying to push forward, as we like to say, staying in a single place for more than a week.
Oh, of course.
So
I am amenable to this arrangement, as I said, and I appreciate your brevity at explaining that the movement of things we shan't mention, and I make the sign again.
Mm-hmm.
I am open to it. I am open to a certain amount of payment, or we can say the terms of this arrangement remain more fluid. Say you need to store stuff, you have a contact who comes in when you need to store this stuff through the basement, of course. We arrange the rate, and then it moves on. This might be, say, a favor. Oh, you're moving this up. Well, we need to move through the sewer as well. Can we travel with you? Or we are having some trouble with another organization. Can we perhaps work through you to settle things outside of the eyes of the law? Would you pick up what I'm putting down?
yes, I do understand. Out of game, what do you have exactly in mind, Michael? Because
all right, in game or out of game, I'm saying the terms of payment could be money or services, depending on what's needed. Like if they are moving a lot of stuff, like, hey, this is fine, we've already agreed to this. The flat charge of like, hey, we'll take this much money to have this sit in our basement for a bit and then move on. Or hey, we need, we're having some trouble with something in town. Can we get some information on it? Kind of thing.
Sure. So sometimes it will be money, sometimes it will be favors. Is that it, right?
Yes.
Yeah. That's eventually that's what he said, and he says, yes. Well, that's essentially what I offered you, although I understand that...
I think we're talking the same things.
No. I think that what you want to say is that it will depend on the situation, and I wanted to set an established way of payment, but I am fine with your offer, Master Halfling. It is reasonable, of course.
More often than not, it'll be a money thing, but it's I understand.
Yes, just I mean, the payment, of course, will vary depending on the severity of your request. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, I get that. Of course.
We won't be your hitman, for example.
Oh, no. We do all of our own
you want a way to travel fast from Aldorf to one of nearby towns and villages? We can arrange that. We have a small flotilla of ships. You want someone roughen up? We can do that, naturally, as long as that someone is not, for example, a member of the nobility or some influential person in Aldorf political society. You need a place to lay low for a few days. One of our safe houses will be yours to use for some time, of course.
I have one final stipulation, and we can hash out the details and write up a formal contract if you like, over some rum cake. And I turn to the rest of the table. It's a delicious cake. I hope you all enjoy it. I put a lot of rum in it.
You can see that the rest of the table, including Marla, they just listen. They look at both of you. They're like people in the circus watching, a very interesting foreign exotic specimen just doing its thing. They hang on your every word. Yours and Rolf's, of course. Ralph's, sorry.
My only other stipulation is I have seen a decrease in the business. No offense, boys. I'm sure you've enjoyed your time here, and I'm happy to serve one or two of you at a time. But having a full gang of very rough-looking men in here tends to drive away the clientele we're used to and the reputation of the business, which could draw the eye of the watch. I'm not really looking forward to that. So, in the interest of business for the future, in the interest for this burgeoning partnership, and in the interest of my staff's mental well-being, can we cut the nightly parties down?
Wait a second. Sorry, I need to write this. Presidential elections today, and I think that the far-right candidate lost by literally percentage margin. Hopefully.
Jesus Christ.
Hopefully, because if not, then we will be fucked even more. But sorry. Ralph chuckles slightly and he says, "Master Halfling, I'll admit that this whole thing with me and the boys, we just came here to make a statement, send a message.
Hey,
sure,
message received, bud.
Sure, show you and your people that we want to talk. To be honest, this is a very nice place, but it's not really our style, if you know what I mean. So that's it's very doubtful that me or any of my men will be visiting this place other than in order to make business with you. And it's, as I said, no offense, it's just not exactly the type of establishment that we usually frequent.
Hey, I get it. And if your boys are moving stuff through the sewer and they want to stop by, Halfling hospitality is still here.
Obviously, I'm sure that when my men will deliver this or that to your basement, then they will probably ask for an ale or two, and they will naturally pay for it. Don't you worry. As for the shipments, I want to emphasize one thing. it won't be happening every 2, 3, 4 days. Maybe once, twice a month, at least max.
Sure.
Sometimes maybe even less frequent. I also want to sweeten the deal a bit, so to speak. We will take the wand under our protection of sorts. Now, what this means, he says, is that no, there won't be any of my people here, but there will be. I mean, we control nearby docks anyway.
There'll be an understanding.
We will make sure that no one is doing any shady dealings nearby, that the hooks, for example, won't try to perhaps give you a similar deal as we just did, and that you won't have any trouble. Most of the time you probably won't even see us, but know that this place will be protected in a manner of speaking.
Well, I'm happy with this arrangement.
So am I, Master Halfling. You are a very reasonable person, he says.
I have one last question.
Go ahead.
And I will do my best to dissuade it, but should the Watch or some other investigative group come knocking, and your product is in our cellars, what do we do?
Ah, very good question, and a very wise one at that. Well, Master Halfling, that's something we need to discuss. You see, without, of course, sugarcoating it, yes, we are dealing with illegal contraband, obviously. If the watch would find out, if they would come here and search your cellar and find this illegal contraband, then you would probably be arrested, your place locked up, and returned to the city, and they would probably answer lots of questions that would lead them to us. Not that we don't deal with situations like that regularly. So, what I suggest is that you should have a way, or rather a place in your cellar that is fit to hide things.
Okay. We can make arrangements for that.
We can make arrangements for that. I am willing to partially sponsor it.
Very
partially,
generous of you.
But also I would like for you to also pay some kind of sum. After all, we are in this together. I know.
Hey, it's a modification on our business. Of course, I'm going to throw some of my money behind that.
I know the right people, people who are skilled stonemasons and artisans and craftsmen, who will be able to create probably more than one hiding spot in your cellar. Of course, if you know someone like that, then by all means contact them. They are not especially cheap, but then again, I always was of a mind that if you want something done right, perhaps you should not be skimping on the money.
No.
In the next
of course not.
In the next few days, I will return to you with few propositions as well as business plan, so to speak. We will take a tour of your cellar, as funny as that sounds, and
I understand.
We will discuss all the details.
I'll have a private room set up for dinner next time.
Excellent.
No offense, boys. You're more than welcome to stay for the cake and a few more drinks if you like.
Well, one of them says, "Oh, this place is very fine, but you know, the broths here should have more cleavage outside. You know, more cleavage."
I think it would attract certain type of clientele. Thank you for that. We'll take it into consideration.
You're welcome. You're welcome. He says. He says, by the way, this this faux Italian man, you know, like Rocky, perhaps. Yeah. Adrian. I can't do that. Sorry. Yes.
Well, we can draw up a formal contract if that's something you want. Or,
he actually
honestly, and being honestly, if that's not your thing, I think we understand each other, and I make the sign of Ranald again and pat my heart.
I think there will be no need of paperwork here. We discussed our terms, we agreed. So now, in the face of run out, this deal is done. And woe to the man who decides to break his word, says Ralph. But I'm sure that won't be an issue here.
Naturally, I will have to bring this up with my other business compatriots when they return.
Of course. Although I'm sure that...
Within reason.
No, I'm sure that we already agreed, Master Halfling.
Oh,
so
yes.
you will simply
yes.
inform them about this.
No, I would inform them that we have entered into a business deal.
Yes. Excellent. I know that you have a Bretonnian knight with you, and that he...
Doesn't need to know.
No, I mean, given the limited knowledge that I have of those people, I know that they are very big on honor and stuff. But then again, when we staked your place out for this endeavor, my man also told me that he sometimes works as a bouncer here. That's not very knightly at all, if I may say so myself.
We like Gaston. He's a nice guy, but we're not really sure what the hell he is at this point. He's a big, strong guy in a big suit of armor, and it's really hard to beat that.
He's probably capable. So, Master Halfling, before we finish this delicious meal, I presume that you inform your comrades that we already made this deal and that they won't make any trouble.
Of course not, no.
In the next few days, I will send a runner first to inform you. We will meet and discuss the construction of more than one hidden strongbox in your cellar. And then
some renovations to the cellar.
Yes, and then when the time comes, we will bring the first shipment here, and at the same time discuss the payment.
Of course.
Very well. And he once again raises his glass. Boys, lady, he looks at Marla. Marla, by the way, looks at you with huge, wide, and very relieved eyes. Let's make a toast. For this here halfling just showed us that there are still people in the Empire who are willing and can be good businessmen. A toast, 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 toast.
To the facilitation of good business.
To the
and I down my glass.
Yeah, to the facilitation of good business. They all cry. Even Marla said, to the facilitation, and they all, you all down your wine. Yeah. So we are ending in a few. I want to make one last thing before we end, and this is going to be a cliffhanger. I know that you hate it. I hate it as well. But Gustav, Johannes, Gustav, you just told them about your establishment. Matchwike is like, tell me more. But then Kanduwike, just you see that he leans towards his cousin and he whispers something into his ear, and he has this very unpleasant look on his face. Johannes, you have a feeling that while Matchwike it's obvious that he's in charge, and he tries, to remain cool even when he's being bullied by you. Kanduwike looks at you, mostly at you, Johannes, but also at you, Gustav, with this undisguised hostility right now. Like, he was never the one who talked to you a lot after you've helped him, but you thought that he was, perhaps maybe just the quiet person, right? But now it's clear that he despises you. And when he leans back, you can see this incredibly nasty look on his face. This nasty smile, crooked, and, it's horrible to look at. You've never seen Lambert smiling like that. Matchwike leans back in his chair. He looks at you, Gustav, and you, Johannes. So you're saying that you own a property, hmm?
That's correct.
What kind of property is that?
It's a tavern inn.
Tavern.
It's right on the canal, the street of 100 taverns.
Street of 100 taverns. I frequented from time to time when I was in Altdorf. Popular place, very profitable, and inns in general, even the poor ones, are profitable most of the time. Right, and you're the owners.
One of them.
One of them. The other is Johannes here, of course. The other also is Lambert, and our Bretonian friend, currently being held in custody.
And then there's one more silent partner.
Right, silent partner. They are the best, he says. I think we will let you return to Altdorf. We will pay for the travel, for everything, but as I've said, you really set us back a lot. We had this long-term plan, and unfortunately you boys fucked it up. I think 600 gold crowns is not enough. I think we want more. We want much more. What is the name of this place? I ask you a question, human. He looks at you, Gustav.
I just blink at him. I'm like, is this still a negotiation?
If you want to think about it like that, yeah. Now, what is the name of this place?
What's the place down the street where we first used to go to?
I remember. I'm not saying it though.
Yeah.
Oh no, I think Gustav would know. That's what it is.
Roll me intelligence, Gustav. Actually, -10 to remember that. I think that's a botch.
-10. I'll use my last luck to not botch.
Okay, sure.
Oh,
hey!
Nice. You remember the name, which in all honesty I don't. That's the funny thing.
I remember. Arston's place, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, the One-Eyed Miller.
One-Eyed Miller. Mm-hmm.
You ever been to the One-Eyed Miller?
No, not really.
No, well, it's near there. I mean, if you're an Altdorf native, everybody's heard of the One-Eyed Miller. There's fights there.
So,
our place is right down the street.
And it is yours, yes?
It is. Me and other owners, like I said.
Okay, and now you need to, since you are lying, you need to bullshit him. Roll charm. And this is a counter test, by the way.
I haven't lied.
No, you actually do.
I'm not saying that I own Carson's place.
No.
He's saying it's down the street from it.
Yeah, I'm saying it's down the street from it.
But I asked. He asked.
I'm like I'm being dodgy.
No. He asked if you own this place, and you said yes. So.
Yeah, and I told. Oh, wait, the One-Eyed Miller? No,
Yes.
I'm not saying I own that.
Oh, okay.
No, what he's saying is
Oh,
he
okay.
owns the place down the street from the One-Eyed
Okay.
Miller.
Oh, sorry. In that case, you know what? I am going to roll -20% intelligence for him because perhaps he visited the place. Yeah, he says that. Yes, I know One-Eyed Miller. Fights are organized there. Yes. It's
Yeah, and it's a real nice part of town. A lot of money spent there every night.
well,
So 600 is not enough. What is a good number? Because we might be talking about more than one share here.
Well, I don't understand your question, human. I mean, you're saying that you do not own One-Eyed Miller, yes?
Not the One-Eyed Miller. No, it's
So
the place
what
we own is
is-
down the street from there.
Alright, so what is the name of the place down the street that you own? That's a simple
Well-
question, Gustav. I would like for you to Give me a simple answer. I mean,
I look at Johannes.
Obviously, you are more intelligent than he is, and he points at Johannes. But please don't test me.
It's not a low bar. You can usually step over that level of intelligence.
The Shepherd's Wand.
Okay, I'm not even going to roll for this because 1 miller actually can be rather known for the fights. Shepherd's Wand is not. It's just like one of many.
It used to be run by an elf named Fenrond.
Shepherd's Wand. That's a nice name. That's a very nice name. As I've said,
it means penis in the old tongue.
Yeah, that's one-eyed miller probably as well, or maybe it's an ass. I don't know.
Yes.
Yeah, that's one or the other.
One-eyed weasel.
One-eyed albino snake, the most dangerous of its kind. So he says, as I've said, like this setback that you've put on us is a bitch. So I think we'll take your place from your hands. I think this is a recompense good enough for us to forget not only what you did for our business, but also all those nasty things that you've told to our faces tonight. And he looks at you, Johannes. I mean, that's not...
Permission to kill Johannes.
I mean, that's not too much to ask, I think. Don't... And don't worry, Gustav, he says. I know some very good lawyers. All the paperwork will be completed very quickly. You won't even need your other business partners to sign up on them.
I think we can get ourselves to Altdorf. Thank you very much.
Oh no! This was the word. I want to use the word train, but this coach left some time ago. It's too late for now. Choices have consequences, boy, and words. And he looks at Johannes, have consequences as well. Perhaps this is going to be a very good and very precious lesson for both of you. To know.
Can I throw the sword? Like, it might not hit him, but it's just kind of like a laugh, like fuck you, you know.
First of all, I mean, I didn't say that out. Okay, I didn't say that. Let's say that you still have the sword, sure. Yes.
Oh.
No. I mean, you entered the room. They didn't disarm you, and it's fair to assume that they wouldn't disarm you, given how you look and that there are 6 guards here plus Volker plus like 6 other people. They probably thought that you were not a threat. So tell you what. For now we end. This is where it ends. Before you throw the sword, let's wait those 2, maybe 3 weeks. and think about this, because I will tell you what will happen. If you lose fate points here, you will wake up in Altdorf, but like, I mean, you will wake up in Altdorf, completely naked and without anything, just so you know. And also, I'm not going to say anything more. Let's maybe just think about this for some time, Bran, and then make a decision. Okay, so this is we are ending for today. Very long session, so base points 120 for everyone, because you've earned it for sure. 120 points for everyone. For your characters, everyone gets 10 points naturally. Very good role playing, very good. For your place of birth, Gustav, I mentioned Marienburg a few times, but I don't think you did anything with that.
Not when you brought it up.
Yeah.
Hang on. I actually said we rep Altdorf, but I did show my tattoo.
You did, but the tattoo, I will pin this on run out, I will give you max points for your god, but I think that it's more a run out thing than Marienburg thing. So I don't think I mean, I can give you 5 points, let's say. Actually, I will give you 10 because you did follow the cat. You did try, and you were saying something about, I think, not killing or something like that. You were rowdy enough. Johannes, I will give you, surprise, surprise, 10 points for Sigmar, because you are a Sigmarite, right?
Yeah. Oh, we were doing a place of birth, I thought.
Oh, sorry, place of birth. Sorry, in that case, Marienburg, sorry. Brian, I will give you 5 points for Marienburg in that way. Because you did mention like few times, but I don't remember exactly the details. Johannes, Reikland. I will give you 5 points for being a general ass. Reiklanders think that, they're better than everyone, that they can, you know what, even 10 points.
They think that their piss can be spun into actual gold.
Yeah, I'll give you 10 points because the way you've talked to Machwike was very Reiklandy, in my opinion. It was arrogant, you were full of yourself, and you also tried to take control of the discussion, which is very Reiklandy. So I will give you 10 points.
Okay.
I think you earned it. Lambert, the moot.
Only time I mentioned the moot was on the river when I said the moot doesn't run on dry sausage and crackers.
Right.
Yeah.
I can give you 10 points for that. That was a very cool lore snippet and very fitting. Religion now, Gustav 10 points, Johannes 10 points, Number 10 points. Full points for your...
Bring up both Ranald and Phineas.
Yeah, and Gustav was very rowdy, and Johannes, I think, again, the way that you were speaking, like a true Sigmarite, full of hot air, fire and brimstone. Very cool. Star sign, Gustav.
The dancer. When we left the place, I was pretending we were drunk and singing a shanty.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. I can give you 5 points for that. Small, but yeah, pretty cool. Johannes, what about your star sign?
It's the Piper. I was trying to make a deal / sway the other members of the council to say, yeah, these guys, fuck these guys, kick them out. But it didn't work.
It didn't work, but I can give you 5 points anyway for that. Sure.
It's hard to strike a bargain when your gun has no bullets.
Yeah, we hold all the cards.
Yeah. You don't have...
Oh, you were holding cards. They were just all Uno cards. No one at the poker table knew what the fuck you were doing.
They were all jokers. Yeah.
As your president said to Zelensky, you don't have any cards, you don't hold any cards.
Then he started using the card metaphor for like everything.
Yeah.
And then there was that meme that was, I hold all the cards. Xi Jinping. He's like, yeah, the cards are made in China. Fuck you.
Fitting. So 5 points for you, Johannes. That was very cool. Lambert, what about your star sign?
Wyman the Anchorite. I think once I got back to Altdorf, paying extra for the passage to avoid the guard, bathing and cleaning myself up as best as possible, and the entire meeting with the fish shows caution and preparation.
Yeah, sure. 10 points, of course. Now, Doomings. Gustav?
From the darkness cometh the raven. I said to the first thugs we ran into that when they asked my name that I hadn't made up a new name yet. I told the Thieves Guild that all the heat for Conrad's death is on me and not them.
Okay, good enough. 10 points. Johannes, what about you?
Fear the man who is not a man. I tried not to fear them, but I eventually might be grasping. I eventually shut up when the when the halflings were threatening me.
I saw that. That's very cool explanation. 10 points, of course. Lambert, what about you?
Thy tongue shall be thy undoing. I don't think I really did anything that deserves it.
You did. You somewhat threatened the fish guy, saying that you have a loaded pistol. You snapped at Marla, which honestly she was too tired to snap back, so I can give you 5 points for that. You also get 5 points for Halfling, and I don't think there were any ideas that pushed the scenario forward. However,
partnering with the fish?
yeah, actually, I can give you that because that's potentially very lucrative. I will give you 5 points for that, Lambert.
Not telling the halflings that the name of our tavern is "Go Fuck Your Mother."
Things that list of things to
Honestly,
do. Your mom.
If Johannes said, "Thy tongue shall be thy undoing," he would get 10 points.
Yes, absolutely. You know what? I would give him.
Holy fuck!
I would give him 20, honestly.
Like at multiple points, I'm just like they're gonna drown him.
Well,
they're gonna drown him.
I thought I had.
They're gonna drown him, and he will have had it coming.
I had a compelling argument for why they fucked up,
yes.
not us.
And as we know, that's how it works when you say a bunch of guys at the table who run this city's criminal enterprise that you know better if they fucked up.
I am probably going to change my career session.
Okay, sure.
Assassin, please.
Yeah, assassin.
I don't think it really fits. I think racketeer fits.
So you can, so you can jump into bales of hay, carts full of hay from a very high vantage points. It's assassin, of course. Not like
Well,
Assassin's Creed.
I could move over to Master Thief.
Oh, what?
My career exits are Assassin, Explorer, Master Thief, and Racketeer. Explorer is a dead-end career. I don't want to do it.
Master Thief is cool.
Master Thief is cool. Just because I killed one person doesn't make Assassin, guys.
Well, yeah, that's true.
It's a bad day.
Yeah, it was just a bad day.
Yeah.
I had my falling down moment.
Yeah, like Michael Douglas in that very good movie. Okay, tell you what, Michael, you also should think about this. Not perhaps, decide right now. So, yeah, that's it for today. Brian, you did your first round of notes. So my question is, 1st of June or later?
Let me look at that calendar. Yeah, June 1st looks fine.
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay.
I've got a 3-day weekend next weekend, but we're taking Duncan to the beach.
Yeah, I should be able to do June 1st.
Okay, so for now we are all playing on June 1st, standard time. Think about what you want to spend your points on. Think about what you want to say and do, Gustav.
I wasn't trying to fight. Like the last kind of.
Yeah, I mean,
I have no choice in the matter, so I'd rather.
All right, boys, I gotta go.
Yeah, sure. Bye, Michael. Bye. Yeah, just let's think about all this, and we shall see what happens next. I must say this is some very good RPing that we have right now. I think.
I wanted to pay them the money and be done with it, but I'm like, oh shit, I got to offer up part of the establishment now, and then meanwhile Lambert's making a deal with this other gang.
No, I mean I don't think you understand. They don't want part; they want the whole thing.
Oh yeah, I know, and
they want
that's the way it ended up.
Yeah,
so,
they want the entire the entire Shepherd's want. But
this train's coming into the station.
Yeah, as I said before, we shall see what happens next. For now, thank you guys. I'll hear from you later, and take care.
All right,
bye.
Later.
I'll see you.
Bye, guys.